Yo, what up? It's time for gaming. And by gaming, I mean talking about things that aren't gaming with maybe some video game in the background.
I love video games. They're my favorite thing.
I don't believe you.
I've played a video game before.
At least one, but...
I'm gonna talk about a video game on this stream.
Oh, shit. Well, what else are you gonna talk about on this stream?
Probably nothing. Probably just video games. I love them so much, you know? Gonna talk about Anthro Nude England.
Ooh. The
That's
extra
where the
D
furries
makes it
go.
more interesting, as always.
Yeah. So true. So accurate.
So
I'm wearing
we've got...
so many pants right now. You wouldn't believe.
Yeah, that was the hot new model update. Added 2 extra pairs of pants.
Yeah.
So we've got convention stuff to talk about, and I am particularly invested in hearing about convention stuff because I didn't go this time.
Oh, you couldn't make it? What happened?
My tummy
I thought you were
hurt, and I
there.
was sad.
Happens to the best of us.
So, yeah, I guess we can... I don't know if I should have the music going while we're going here. But... yeah, Anthro New England. I had a plane ticket purchased thanks to LawyerDog. I had my registration paid for, and during the week leading up to the event, I was just like, I don't feel good, and I don't wanna. Like, I wanted to, but I didn't want to, and so I didn't, because my tummy hurt, and that was the nail in the coffin.
Furrycons are a lot to go to.
Yeah.
The travel was bad.
Yeah, so I guess we'll go ahead and get started on the storytelling. So, like, to start off with, I usually get pretty anxious about travel because my stomach has problems. So the prospect of being in a car for like an hour and a half just fucks me up real bad. Alright. Is the audio levels good? Seems like they're good.
I should probably check the audio levels. I don't trust these folks.
That's fair. Shoal says audio's good, but...
They seem close enough to good, at least.
alright, that's good. So yeah. So, one of the things that made me all anxious and not ready to go was, in addition to a plane ride, which I can usually handle, because there's bathroom on plane, we had to drive all the way to St. Louis, which I was not ready for, because that is over an hour and a half drive, thereabouts.
We technically have an airport, but not really.
Yeah, apparently the airport just started, a new airline, hot new airline just dropped.
Oh, shit.
And that airline is able to get me down to Florida now, so I can visit my family easier. But in terms of getting to most places that we need to go, for things other than visiting my mom, that airport is not
There's
great.
a Furrycon in Florida. We can just go there.
I'm sure there's a couple. There's also CEO in Florida, and also Smash and Splash. Think about it.
Oh, is that in Florida now? What the
Yeah.
hell?
I'm pretty sure it's at
That's
the same
fucked
venue
up.
that CEO is at.
Smash and Splash used to be close by us.
Oh, wow. Weird.
They stole it. They stole it from us, Hat.
They took the Melee and they put it in Florida.
They've been doing that for a while.
Yeah. Anyways, so, I did not go. So I have heard a couple of small things that happened. Like, I'm in the furry convention organizational Discord server, so I was kind of aware, like, third hand of a couple of things happening. But LawyerDog, why don't you go ahead and start off by telling us how travel went?
The car ride was pretty fine. We got to St. Louis fine, but then we had to get on a cool Southwest plane, which is very loud and doesn't have much room. Have you guys heard about planes? I haven't been on a plane since pre 9/11. It's not cool anymore. Don't like planes no more.
I went on plane every time I came up to visit, and most times plane is just fine from my perspective.
People be saying they like chat to other people on planes. I don't fucking get it. How can you hear another human being on a plane? What are you talking about?
I feel like LawyerDog's seat was just like he was
I was
basically
sitting inside the engine.
yeah, he was like they put him outside on the wing, and it's like sitting directly on top of the engine. Like, apparently it was really fucking loud, and it's never been that loud that you just can't hear the person next to you.
Southwest also has open seating, and it shouldn't. A plane shouldn't have open seating. It's bad. It's
I
not
have no
a good
idea.
time. It makes
You
no
went on a
fucking
fake
sense.
plane.
It's the fakest plane.
Like, you went on a plane that was, like, apparently just the loudest plane ever, and with open seating, which is just not a thing that planes do. Planes just don't have open seating. That's not a real thing. I still don't know.
Sign in on the mobile app the earliest to get better seating.
Like,
And that's
checking
just how
in
Southwest
early to
does
get
it, I guess.
checking in early is never a thing. Like, that's just not a thing. That's just several things that are not real things that planes do.
Better wake up at 7 a.m., buddy. Better hit that mobile app early.
Truly
so
baffling.
I ended up in a middle seat because I didn't know how this shit was working. So I got on the plane pretty much last.
Jeez.
And I ended up in between two broad-shouldered gentlemen. So I was scrunched the hell up for this 3-hour flight.
Oh yeah, it was
lived.
3
I didn't
hours
die.
too.
One of the hours was fake, though.
Fake as in, like, you counted the hour of, like, taxiing and taking off and landing and shit?
I don't know. I didn't keep track. I think
fair.
it's supposed to be in the air 3 hours, but then
Oh.
we go an hour back from time zone.
Oh, okay.
It's like freebie.
I see. So, didn't love your first plane ride post 9/11, huh?
It could have been cooler. I didn't understand what to do at the TSA, and they didn't like that I didn't understand it.
The TSA is kind of like Dota.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you, like, they expect that you already know everything about it, and if you don't, they don't like that.
We then get off the plane, and that's cool, because we're not on the plane anymore.
Not being on the plane is the best part about plane.
And we get to hotel rooms. Wow. Because we took, like, the weirdest fucking bus. I think it's expensive as hell to just be a bus. It's like
How much was it?
an accordion bus. It's free to ride it from the airport.
Okay.
And it's like $2-3 or something riding it from the hotel to the airport if you can.
That's pretty within expected range of...
Like, it was expensive
bus.
as fuck for them to make, is what I understand, because it's a weird fucking accordion bus.
Yeah, the accordion buses, like, I've been on the accordion buses. They're fine. It's just kind of weird, and there are
when you're in the accordion part and the bus is packed is not the best.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, sometimes there will be seats in the accordion part, and you could
There
just
were
be
not.
in
We
the
were there
accordion part.
anyway.
I think you're not supposed to be in the accordion part if there's
Oh,
not a seat
absolutely
there.
not, probably. But there are a lot of people getting on these dang buses.
It's just like that Weird Al song.
Is it? Does he have a song about weird buses?
Another one rides the bus.
I just listen to Hardware Store like 300 times.
Okay.
I'm a fake Weird Al fan. I just like Hardware Store.
All right, so getting from the airport to the hotel wasn't too bad then.
Yeah, that was fine. We didn't get the first bus, so we had to wait an extra like 15-20 minutes because it was fucking packed. Like, it was full, and then another like 20 people got on somehow. But they survived, probably. I don't know.
It's probably fine.
And we were able to get into our hotel rooms early and not the 4 p.m. or whatever the fuck where it was guaranteed. We got in at like 2 p.m.
Oh, nice.
Which was another thing that you have to sign up on the mobile app for to get. Like, I asked for like early check-in time when getting the hotel, and that's fake. That doesn't mean anything. On the day of, you have to ask for early check-in.
Huh. It sounds like you just... I don't know. A lot of this early check-in shit on the app is some nonsense.
They want you to use the apps. They love apps.
Yeah, companies do love apps. That's true.
But we did get in our hotel room, and it was almost functional. But the bathroom door wouldn't close. And that seemed important, so we had to call and wait for a guy to come fix it. And he
Did they just fix it while you were waiting
it doesn't
there?
shut, huh? That's crazy. And then he fixed it.
Great. They didn't like move you to another room or anything?
No, he just came out and fixed it. He just screwed some things. I don't know. He did mechanic stuff. He did handyman stuff. He was an adult about it.
Well, that's nice.
He did his job.
You love it when a guy shows up and does his job.
Hell yeah.
So do you want to talk about this?
Is that the Half-Life gnome? What's Gnome Chomsky doing here?
It's an alien gnome. There are a lot of There's a lot of secret gnomes in this game, and since we're on Mars right now,
that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We've also got a fun alien hatch to clean.
An adventure that lasted the entire con is our hotel room had a stove, which I understand is not standard. It's not standard for hotel rooms to just let you burn things like that.
Yeah, I've never
We weren't even allowed to have a microwave at the MFF hotel.
Yeah, I've never heard of a hotel that gives you a stove. That's just not a thing. Because why would you let people just have that fire hazard in your hotel?
Well, it was an induction stove, and you can't start a fire with those.
I mean, you super can. They do that a lot, I think. I have been in a bunch of hotels. Not like less than half have a microwave, and even fewer than that have ever even I've been in hotel rooms that just straight up didn't have a fridge at all. Not even a drink fridge, just nothing.
I feel like it might be more of a thing if you're paying like $500 a night, not if you're spending like the usual con hotel fee of like $200 a night. Con hotels are fucking expensive.
Yeah.
But because we had this secret tech of a fridge and a stove and also a dishwasher.
Ooh.
And a freezer? We could freeze things?
You just had it all, baby.
We had it all.
You had an entire room in your hotel room, which is... Like, usually you just get part of a room. You get enough of a room to exist as a human being.
You could wash so many dishes. It was crazy.
Which you needed to wash some of the dishes because you're cooking meals on your cool stove.
Yeah. There was also a grocery store, like 15-minute walk away.
Damn.
So me and Acker went on a little journey for butter, for frying things.
Yeah, I one of the only things that I was directly told about was we got Kerrygold. Like, hell yeah!
They had cheap Kerrygold. It was like $6-7 for a Kerrygold. It's like up to $9 for Kerrygold here.
Damn.
Boston got that Irish butter, that Irish gold.
The good
and
stuff.
Also, a lot of fucking bagels.
On your way to the grocery store, saw a sign that said Slay Nussy. What? Huh?
I don't remember the exact name, but Acker isn't exactly lying. That's approximately the truth.
Okay.
There was an Ussy. There was a very clear Ussy. There was an Ussy happening.
Uh-huh.
It was not a Christmas thing. Let me get that straight. The Ussy was not a Christmas thing. That's one thing you gotta know about the Ussy.
I mean, considering the thing that Acker said, that is relevant. That's still crazy, though.
It was also, like, super walkable. Like, drastically more walkable than MFF. Not even
Oh, I mean,
close.
Rosemont fucking blows. Rosemont is one of the, like, most aggressively anti-pedestrian areas that I have ever been, personally.
I'm so scared at all times when I'm on foot in Rosemont.
Yeah, because there's just
They don't
nowhere
want me
they
there.
want pedestrians to be. It's like, you have the fucking... You got a hype train. You've got the fucking great wall of parking garages and hotels completely surrounding the only place that they expect people to walk around in, and they have no good ways for a pedestrian to get there. You have to drive to get... Like, you have to drive 5 minutes to get to the place where the restaurants are.
Got the Shaughnessy.
Okay, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's not an Ussy joke, that's a name! Fucking hooligan. Alright, let me pull this up.
Pull up that Ussy.
Acker is just so internet poisoned, it's unreal.
This one's actually my fault because I said,
No.
hey, Acker, look, Shaughnessy.
You monster.
Because I knew Acker would appreciate it.
Apparently he did. What the fuck? The resolution on this is crazy. I was not expecting this image to be fucking gigantic. This 8 gigabyte fucking PNG. Wait. Alright, so you there was an Ussy on the way to the
moral of the story,
store.
there was an Ussy.
So you got Kerrygold butter.
The grocery store was poorly rated, but it was fine. The poor rating seemed to be about rotten meat, but we weren't getting meat, so it's fine.
So nothing to worry about, yeah.
Nothing to worry about.
A-okay.
I got like 36 bagels or something. I got a lot of bagels.
That's a lot of bagels.
Got ice cream. Got some drinks. Got solo cups, just like American Party.
Hell yeah, the party cups.
The
Also,
party cups?
ice cream, like, you had a real fridge with, like, a freezer?
Yeah, we had a freezer.
What the fuck? Why was that hotel so good?
I don't know. I wish I could just get it now for next year, but it'd be $600 a room to get it this far in advance.
It's not
'Cause
great.
hotels hate you if you get hotel rooms early.
Hotel
They
rooms
think, "Oh,
generally
shit, this
just
idiot will
hate
pay
you.
anything. They want to go here a year in advance. They'll pay us $6,000. They're desperate.
You're ugly. I hate you. Give me $200.
I wish.
Yeah, it would be nice if it were only $200.
It wasn't a free upgrade to a suite. It was just, I got one.
You just got a suite. Sweet life of LawyerDog and Hacker.
Like, the room block ones were also suites, the same room, for, I think, slightly more than I paid. I think I might have gotten a random good deal.
Hello, Jackpot.
Oh, shit,
How's it
did I miss a
going?
Jackpot? Oh, shit, it's Jackpot, hello!
I heard y'all had a fantastic time at A&E, and we are getting some stories about the stuff that I missed out on because I was tummy sick.
So once I have acquired this beautiful, beautiful Irish butter, I start telling people about how I'm going to fry bagels, and no one fucking understands me at all. They don't understand what I'm talking about on multiple levels. Because I'll tell someone I'm gonna fry a bagel instead of getting food at the con, and they're like, what the do you have did you bring an air fryer? What do you mean fry a bagel? You don't fry bagels. What are you talking about? So I have to explain to them, no, I have butter that I bought, and I have a stove here. It's like, no, what do you mean you have a stove? Do you live here?
Hotel rooms don't have stoves? What do you mean?
You don't have a stove. It did come free with your Xbox.
Those bagels were life-changing. LawyerDog has fried up some bagels here at home, and yeah, it's he fries a good bagel. What can I say?
It's so much faster to fry like 14 bagels than to toast each one and then like put the butter on. It's efficiency, baby.
The bagel with the butter.
But also it's holistic. It's a holistic bagel.
Sure.
You gotta treat the whole bagel.
I mean, it's like making a burger, right? Like, you toast the burger bun in the pan that you cooked the other stuff in.
Yeah.
I say this as if LawyerDog has ever cared about a hamburger in his life.
Hamburgers are okay. If I made like the good kind of hamburger, I'd probably like it better, but then I'd have to put a whole bunch of effort into making burgers.
Allegedly, burgers aren't that much effort to make, but also, like, I grew up in a grill household.
I'd find a way.
Yeah, that's fair. Making several of your signature dishes are all-day affairs.
I had some brief considerations of trying to get fucking Laugon Ma on the flight.
Yeah, I think trying to bring Laugon Ma through airport security is just...
They'd understand. They know I can't source that easily in Boston.
They would take it away from you. They would make... Here's the thing about it. They don't take it. They make you throw it away. You have to do it with your own hands.
I'd eat the 8,000 calories of Laugon Ma that I was trying to bring on the plane.
They didn't even let you bring bread mix. I think they didn't let you bring bread mix onto the plane because they thought you were using it to smuggle drugs or something. I think they just didn't trust you.
They saw you and went, this guy could make a bomb out of this. We can't let this guy have it.
This guy is going to make a flower explosion. Which is a real thing. You know what? No, they were right. You can make flour explode.
It's hard to make it not explode sometimes.
Yeah. Flour is very good at exploding. They let you brought the bread mix, they were mad about it, and
That's way weirder. What do you mean?
It's so much weirder that, like, you argued with airport security and won. That's not a thing. That's just not a thing.
Incredible.
Cops made you throw your glass pipe to break it? That's so fucked up.
People are fucking weird. Why are they doing this shit?
People in positions of power in the sense of airport security and police officer. It
People
just
in power are fucking losers.
It fucking fries their brains.
I think that Butter Adventure was like the entirety of our day up until LineCon opens at 7.
Yeah, LineCon opening that late is pretty crazy. Or was that 7 a.m.?
7 p.m.
Wow. I mean, it kind of makes sense with the demographic. It's crazier when convention stuff opens like super early.
Yeah. It's hard to get furries up early at a convention. There weren't any people around at 10 a.m., which meant I got to talk to the dealers without worrying about taking up their precious dealing time.
Nice. I mean, I had a video of the main hotel from our room at MFF, like, Saturday night, and it was just popping off. Everybody, like, tons of fursuiters out there with, like, speakers and music blasting and partying, and people would start a fucking howl, and it would echo through the whole hotel.
One person tried to start a howl at our overflow hotel, and it didn't work. So it was just one lonely wolf.
Yeah. But it is funny, the comparison between 1 a.m. and 9 a.m. Like, even 9, it is still fucking dead. Like, stuff does not start popping off again until noon. So, you got some bagels, and apparently they had, like, the cookware there for you to use on the stove, too.
Yeah, it wasn't a stainless steel frying pan. It was one of them bullshit non-stick ones for babies.
Oh, no.
But I don't have to worry about replacing it, so that's fine, actually.
Yeah.
That's their problem once it wears out.
It's true.
LionCon was a multi-stage boss fight. It was crazy.
Yeah, the way that I heard some people talking about it was like, getting, it's like, okay, we have now entered the next area, and I'm like, oh, it's one of those, huh?
Yeah, it was quite a long line, so it had to be split into like 3 or 4 different areas, and then once you got to the end of one of the lines, you got to move on to the next line, the next stage of the boss fight.
You've completed line 1. Onwards to your next battle.
And LineCon was uneventful until we got into the last line, where some of the homies were. A bunch of the Trout crew was there. So we got to pass by them several times going through the line back and forth.
Oh, yeah, one of those things where it's just like, hey, how's it going? Oh, move forward. And then do like the rest of the loop to get like the lines crossing paths again.
There were so many people from Trout's group at A&E. I have no fucking clue how they managed to organize anything. It sounded like a nightmare. You have 20 people? That's so many people.
Holy shit, that's so many people. I can barely try and organize like our crew. Just like you, me, Acker, Colton, Burke. And I guess at MFF there was also
A
Chol.
is doing this at the restaurant. Group B is doing this at the restaurant.
Jeez.
For one restaurant, it split it up into like 5 groups or something crazy. I didn't see the full story on that.
Yeah, I mean, like that. Yeah, that's just a lot of people to try and organize at all.
But I mostly avoided the restaurant hell. I don't think I went to restaurant at all.
Oh,
I kind of
wow.
call going to restaurant. 'Cause I
Zero
got some of
restaurant.
the food truck food, and then I had bagels.
How was the food truck
Yum.
food?
It was really good. It might have
Ooh.
harmed my body. I'm not sure,
Okay. So you're
but it
just
was
not
good.
sure if, like, you were just, like, your body was acting weird because of all of the doings, or if it was food truck
The
food?
the 2 days I had the food truck food, my body hurt, and then the days I didn't, it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty one-to-one, but, I mean,
Probably would still have it. It's pretty good.
what kind of stuff did you have? Like, I'm used to food truck just being hot dog.
The food truck that I went to twice was like a Asian food truck. They had like some like Chinese dumplings and Japanese fried chicken, and the Japanese fried chicken is what I got. And
The karage?
they didn't even call it karage. It's
Wow.
fucked up. It
Lame.
was the fried chicken and noodles, and they tossed it in pineapple teriyaki sauce and topped it with
Ooh.
sriracha aioli.
That sounds
It
pretty
was
good.
so fucking cold when I was getting the Moizilla food truck.
Yeah, the polar vortex sure was happening.
There was a guy there just in like a long sleeve shirt or something, and he was red.
Yeah.
They were so fucking red. They were not prepared to wait that long for the Moizilla.
Yeah, it's reasonable to like not prepare for like super cold temperatures when you're going to a convention because it's just like, oh, how long am I ever going to be outside? Like, I'm going to be in the convention hall or in a hotel doing stuff. And for some situations that's fine, but it sounds like attempting a food truck adventure, you are paying for
For the
that.
first day of food trucks, at least, the later days were not as long lines. I think people like regretted their long wait for the food trucks and didn't go to the food trucks when there were long lines anymore.
I see. That makes sense.
So it's just like a steady, pretty short to medium line.
Okay. Were there any Toriel cosplayers at the lines
There
this time?
were. I
Nice.
saw at least one Toriel cosplayer. I can't tell Toriel cosplayers apart.
That's fair.
So there might have been more. None of them were smoking weed though. So
Aww.
what's even the point? There's not fat clouds coming out of the Toriel's mouth.
I I mean, I thought of Toriel cosplayer because of the Toriel at the food truck when we went to the food truck one time at MFF, but at the thought of like vaping Toriel cosplayers and shit, my mind just goes to like, hey, open message to the Toriel fursuiter that gave me head yesterday. I lost my wallet and I think you might have taken it by mistake.
Probably worth still.
Oh yeah, probably. How much were you carrying in your wallet? Because that was the cost of Toriel fursuiter head.
Got your identity stolen by Toriel. A Nintendo controller.
Oh my god,
Damn.
that's even better. So,
Oh, in LineCon, we like very barely got to see Sean Chiplock, and that was the only time we saw him for the con.
it seemed like he
With his
was
partner.
a real man about town. He was kind of all over the place. A couple of photos that I
Yeah.
saw from the convention organization group were just like him in fursuit, like 2 rows ahead of them at a panel. It's just like, oh, spotted, and also
They be doing
spotted.
stuff. Yeah, true. Oh right, Carlton Burke had dinner with Sean.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And Sean's partner, nice. Sean Chiplock. Sean, the Rivali voice actor. He's probably done a Goku voice before, but I don't think that's one of his big
Everyone's done a Goku voice.
names.
Not everyone's done a Goku voice. That's a lie. I'm sorry, I've lied to you.
I was gonna say Germa's done a Goku voice, but no, he's done a Mr. Satan voice.
Germa just is Goku. He's trying to hide it. I know though.
If Germa starts working out again, he could go Super Saiyan for sure.
Oh
at this
right,
point.
Germa was at A&E.
Oh,
Soothing most of the time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask if you saw a Germa pride flag at A&E like we did at MFF.
There were some photographs where people like shopped Germa in.
Good. All right, that works.
I don't know if there was a Germa pride flag. I didn't see one. I don't think.
There probably was one somewhere.
I think there was a Germa of some kind. I got a glance at. A little secret Germa.
Nice. Just leave Germa stickers alongside all of like the furry business cards and stickers and stuff that people leave everywhere at conventions.
All in all, the LineCon was like 90 minutes to get through from going there at the very start. And it seemed like it stayed about 90 minutes to get through.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, 90 minutes to get through LineCon at a convention at the very start of LineCon being open doesn't seem too bad, but it's staying 90 minutes consistently sounds like maybe not the greatest.
I mean, they were also, like, checking vaccine records.
Right.
That's pretty good for checking vaccine records.
Yeah, having to...
Because MFF was like 4.5 hours or something when they were doing that.
Yeah, when they were checking records.
Yeah,
LineCon at MFF 2023 was smooth as silk. They were not checking vaccine records.
And Vital was actually the one that checked my vaccine records, and I did not realize that they were Vital until the very end. They actually asked about you. I was like, what? Huh?
So,
why are you asking about Hat? How do you know about Hat? I don't understand. I never understand who anyone is unless I see their badge, which made it so fucking hard to identify Sean Chiplock. Because their badge says Pommy.
Right.
Spotted persona.
Yep.
So I had to try and identify recognition in their eyes, and then go say hi. I had to do the human thing. It was fucked up. I want to do the furry thing where I just look at your persona and go, whoa, cool dog.
You gotta maintain a particular head angle when trying to identify people at conventions, because if
people be keeping their badge right at their crotch.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
it
like,
happens so much.
You gotta try. It's a two-way street. You gotta try and like keep your badge at about like midsection level at the lowest. Like, bring it up to the chest. Bring it up as far as you can manage, because
some people have it so low.
People don't want to be like. Okay, some people want to be looking at crotches. However, looking at crotches should not be an obligation in order to identify you.
Let me know what furry you are.
Then I'll look at your crotch. If I don't know who you are, it's not okay.
It's a fucking disaster when people, like, introduce themselves as something besides their handle online. And they know me because I'm just LawyerDog for the most part everywhere as my display name.
Right.
And I just have no recognition because I don't know who Steve is. Steve, as a random example, no one said they were Steve when they came out.
Yeah, that would be extra crazy. But just like
easy though. I'd just be like, "Oh, from Minecraft, I know you."
Oh, I know Minecraft.
I know from Minecraft.
But yeah, like, it's especially bad when you have people who will just change their handle on Twitter and like their display name on Twitter super regularly, and it's just like I don't know who you are. I can barely recognize some of these people on Twitter. Like, people that I've been following for years, and it's just like, who the fuck? What? When did I start following this person? Oh, it's this person. They just changed every identifying piece of information about themselves.
People be doing that. You gotta commit to your mistakes.
That's why I'm still going by Hat, baby! I've been going by Hat for over a decade. Kocha would probably be more identifiable, but then, like, there's a bunch of people who only know me by Hat.
I got hit so fucking bad by my name at A&E because an attorney came up to me and asked if I was really a lawyer.
Well, I am really a Hat, so I got that at least.
They did at least like my answer of no, I changed this as a prank on TF2 like 15 years ago. They found that acceptable.
If the lawyer gives you the pass, then you're all good.
So true. I've got the lawyer pass now.
Look, Bite doesn't hang out with us anymore. We need we need something. He's too busy soaking in a tub and having a family.
He loves that tub.
Presumably he
all
also
about
loves
that
the
tub.
family, but we haven't
That's
gotten
less
confirmation
guaranteed.
on the family part.
We know he loves tubs, and he loves turning into a lot of eels from staying in the tub too long.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens to you. People don't like to talk about it, but if you stay in a tub too long, you just turn into a bunch of eels.
I'm sure people have written stories about that.
And it's really disorienting. It's not like turning into one eel. It's a lot of eels.
Developing multiple consciousness is just like, that's your whole day.
The first couple 100 years of the vampire, you can't do it well. It takes a while.
Asp, no.
Your eyes are becoming eel eyes. You're so true and right. That was Thursday. We got registered. It was so cool.
You got butter, you got bagels, you got badge. You got the 3 Bs of a successful convention.
Yeah. Friday, Acker was being an aquarium boy.
Oh, speaking of eels. Yeah.
Were there eels there, Acker?
I'm pretty sure he posted pictures of eels.
I probably should have tried to go to the aquarium, but I didn't want to go with 300 people. That seemed complicated.
It seems like that was kind of a problem with trying to do stuff with the trout group, was like, I saw a couple of instances of just like, hey, what are people doing? Oh, we're going and doing this, but there's already like 10 of us.
Yeah. It was nice to see him randomly, but the entire group at once trying to do something, I mostly steered clear of.
Yeah.
Acker went with him more.
Right. Sounded like Acker hung out with Monitor and associated folks quite a bit.
Yeah.
Jellyfish, penguins, funny center tube fish, a ray that was trying to escape, and birds.
Did you help the ray escape? Were you a helper?
Were you spicy and lend a hand?
You always gotta lend a hand.
I'm so sad that I missed that side story when playing through Yakuza 4. It's like, it's a thing that I reference all the fucking time, and I missed where it was.
Well, Acker was doing that. I was eating bagels. I was having a bagel time. Let's go, gamers.
You thought it was a
Damn.
Chekhov's gun situation. No, bagels were immediately relevant.
They're always relevant because they're food I can make instead of spending $700. I could have actually just gone and got the free breakfast, but that seemed annoying to get. And I didn't
Yo,
wanna leave my
free
room.
breakfast?
Yeah.
The fucking Hyatt does not want to know about that.
The Element's just like a good hotel, which is weird. They also had like a fitness center, I guess.
Oh my god. Being a good hotel is not something that anyone at Rosemont is interested in.
Absolutely not.
Even hotels that are usually good elsewhere are worse at Rosemont.
Don't you like the Aloft Prank Hotel? Where they built it as a joke?
It's so far away from the convention center, and everything about it is so fucking weird.
The crazy thing is that it's not far away from the convention center. It's just hell to walk anywhere.
Well, I
around
mean,
there.
yeah, like, I guess we're talking perceived distance, but just getting around in
I mean, the
Rosemont
actual time to walk to the main hotel is longer than at A&E, but I think, like, as the bird flies, it's closer.
Right, like, it's a 250% time multiplier to how long it takes to get anywhere in Rosemont.
After
Ooh,
the
ramen.
bagels, I was ready for Dealer's Den opening.
Ooh.
But so was everyone else. It was packed.
I heard that Dealer's Den was pretty, like, super packed.
There were areas that were hard to get through at peak times. And there was like little alleys where some artists had to be like, I love you, we cannot chat. My area is not good for chatting. People can't get through if you chat to me at peak times.
Right, like, just, like, things were, like, smushed up against each other in such a way that there was just no standing room at all.
Yeah, it's not like MFF where you have people at each side of the aisle at the booths, and then you have, like, the middle area where you can walk. There's just no middle area.
Jeez. That was one of
have a
the best
big-ass
parts about
convention
MFF, was the Dealer's Den. Like, it would be packed, it would be busy, but you could move. It was not
You
just
can
like...
theoretically be in the dealer's den and stop somewhere and, like, check your phone or do something and not be in the way. That's not really possible at the A&E dealer's den, at least not this year.
Yeah. Maybe next year they will allocate the space or organize things a little differently to be a little more accommodating.
Maybe they'll be able to rent part of the BKEC. The Boston KEC. That stands for CEC. I remember all the letters and what they stand for perfectly.
That's what shows up when a Horde player says lol.
Does it? That's kind
I'm
of
pretty sure that's the origin of KEC, was...
Is it?
Yeah,
That's
I think it was,
crazy.
like, if you were an Alliance player and a Horde player would say lol, you can't understand what Horde players say, and it gets translated to KEC.
Wow, I hate it so much more now. Damn, that's crazy. A gold burr's kind of funny, though. I can fuck with a gold burr.
Now, a gold burr I can get into.
Yeah. So I got in line for Dealer's Den, and the person in front of me I had not a great view of. I thought, this might be someone I know. But the person who I thought it might be is named Oral Deer. And I didn't want to, like, tap him on the shoulder and ask him, like, Oral? Because that could
Not
get
like that
the wrong
person
meaning
at the party.
across.
Yeah, well...
That's not a thing you ask for in the Dealer's Den line. Yeah. But it was, in fact, them, which I found out because Tansy, a cool artist with a present for me, found me in line.
Yeah, we can... Oh, wait. That one, it's... That piece of art is safe for work, right? Like, the character is nude, but you can't see his whole thang.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can actually... I need to change it because...
I mean, you're the streamer, mister. I don't know.
Well, I need to get rid of
Can't see
Shanussy.
nothing. It's just fluff. It's
But
just a Shanussy.
LawyerDog gave me an image to put on stream, and now it's super tiny because the Shaughnessy was fucking gigantic.
It's not Sean's fault.
So we've got loot. LawyerDog got stuff and things.
Can you believe it, guys?
I'm pretty sure there's no
stuff at a
Pegasus.
convention. It was so fucking dangerous for me to ever go in the dealer's den.
So, dead center here. Maybe LawyerDog could point to it. There you go. It's right there. That's the present.
Yeah.
And it's super cute.
So ahead of time, he had told me that he had like a little present to give me. And I thought, oh shit, is it like a tiny little post-it doodle or something? That would be crazy. That would be dope. And then they hand me this fucking framed beautiful picture.
It being
and
framed?
A gay little dog. It was framed already.
That's insane.
So I had a beautiful framed dog and a freezer and a stove in my cool hotel room.
Yeah.
I still need to decide what to stick that gay dog to. He's like a good gay dog.
It could inaugurate the fucking new stove.
I love stove. I love having stove. I miss having a stove.
Yeah, our stove
A&E
broke.
was so cool because I had a stove there, unlike home where I don't have a stove anymore.
You had a stove in the hotel room, and then you get home from the hotel and your stove broke.
It's like, oh boy, I get to have normal big stove at home. Oh, whoops. It's always on now. It's going to 600 degrees. I love it. Yum.
Yeah, our stove went fucking nuclear.
I thought my stove was like going to auto clean like automatically, but it turns out it was like some kind of fail safe because it was just turning on the broiler full blast anytime it was on. And it was just going to auto clean because it was just going, oh, I'm at 600 degrees. That means I'm in auto clean.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of a hazard that's unplugged now. And I had to take all the stickers off.
Not all of them survived.
Almost none of them survived. I will say, Salt Mulligan stickers fucking flawlessly came off. They perfectly stick to something else after. They look brand new still. It's crazy. I was trying to do the hair dryer thing. It doesn't fucking work for anything except Salt Mulligan stickers. So I guess the moral of the story is the cats are better.
Yeah, so
it's
true.
Heartbreaking.
We got this funny little possum.
But Danzy recognizing me caused Oral Deer to turn around and go, oh shit, it's LawyerDog, hello. And I said hello to Oral Deer, who is also a cool artist.
Yeah, it seems like you spent a chunk of time at A&E just talking to cool artists, which is, I mean, usually what I like to do at conventions.
There's a lot of cool artists. I also was constantly putting stickers on the random tables where people like to put business cards at cons. Just like an empty table gets instantly full of random business cards. The funniest of which was just for the cutting room floor. There were a lot of cutting room floor business cards around the con.
Nice. I currently am in possession of this little cat sticker next to me. Or not sticker, keychain charm.
The section in the bottom center is like a bunch of stickers that were handed to me after I handed someone stickers, or vice versa. Because people were just around handing out stickers, and I was handing out stickers.
And Acker was also handing out stickers.
And Acker was handing out stickers. You can see
lot of
Acker's
stickers.
little sticker there.
And also, Lawyer Dog,
Also,
Lawyer Dog experienced character development, but I suppose that's something that we could get to. You could keep telling the tale of Friday.
well, that is basically the next thing that happened. Oh,
Oh, okay.
first I had to just have a very brief hell yeah Watership Down moment with Tansy because I was wearing a Watership Down shirt.
Nice.
And Tansy before the con said, "Hey, come talk to me about Watership Down and I'll give you a sticker." Which was one of the 2 times that day that Watership Down came up. That's forewarning. That's foreshadowing. Whoa, you're not
That's
prepared for this to come up again.
that's 2 nickels, baby.
That's 2 nickels. That's a dime. But then I actually get into the dealer's den and I go over to Moth Sprout, which I failed to do for like 10 minutes because I didn't understand the layout. I tried to go straight to Moth Sprout and it took a while. I was confused. But I finally get there and I get to say howdy and give him a sicko sticker from Tox and some stickers from me. But also, I get a cool hat and a sweatshirt too. But the hat's important because I just then wore the hat for the rest of the con.
Lawyer Dog has now worn a hat more than I have for like years. I mean, Lawyer Dog already was wearing hats more often than I
I like to be
because he'll
warm
wear a hat when
sometimes.
it's cold. I usually just let my hair handle that, but now he is wearing hats cosmetically.
People were actually able to see who I was from the front and not just from behind where they can see my backpack.
Lawyer Dog Defeated Hat has now earned the title of Big Hat.
It's true. I'm Hat now. It's me. It's this guy.
You gotta get a hat for the Contio model. But yeah,
I have drawn Contio with a hat for the very first time now.
yeah.
But he's also in that same image 2 times without a hat.
Yeah. But also,
Unless you count Shards of Glass as a hat.
it's
That's
a
kind
head
of a hat.
accessory?
True.
Fucking Homestar Runner
Why
reference.
do people keep on telling me Furpocalypse 2022 in response to my Shards of Glass image? What the fuck happened at Furpoc 2022?
What? Huh?
I've had multiple different people talk about Furpoc 2022 in response to my Shards of Glass tweet.
Huh?
Huh.
And
that
that's
good?
one of the conventions that people are trying to get you to go to.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't Shards of Glass at 2023.
Oh, don't gotta worry about the shards of glass anymore. What do you mean?
they cleaned up the Shards of Glass probably.
I didn't know there were shards of glass to worry about. I wouldn't have known. Yeah, the incident. Like, what incident?
I can't find what the incident is, but there was an incident, I guess. Boy, howdy.
There's some Furpoc lore that we are lacking knowledge in.
I'll find out the lore someday.
Maybe. Apparently nobody is willing to explain.
I think that was basically all I did at the dealer's den right then, because it was fucking packed, and I had successfully gotten my cool moth sprout things.
Nice.
I think I bailed out of there and went and got the food truck food. Oh, now Cat's explaining it?
Third story window was broken and just rained shards of glass upon the furries, I suppose.
Oh, shit.
2 shards of glass were auctioned.
Hell yeah, gamers.
Okay. Was it cool glass? Or was it just glass? Was it just a random window?
You gotta be careful with glass.
A third
Damn,
story
that's
window was
expensive
broken,
glass.
and the next day 2 shards were auctioned and raised $500. Okay. So there was nothing
Cool.
special about the glass or the window breaking. It's just a window broke.
Hell yeah. Good for that window.
Yeah? 569, well, of course.
After I ate, I went back to the dealer's den because I had more things to buy at all times forever. But also, I talked to Sephi Dulap. I
Ooh.
talked to Sephi a lot at their booth whenever it wasn't like fucking packed.
Right.
Because I didn't want to monopolize their time and make them unable to sell things. So I only went and said hi like early in the morning usually.
Oh, okay. I can't
Because there were
imagine
some
what it
people
was like
talking
trying to
about-
get to Bray's booth.
Oh yeah, I gave Bray a quick hi one time. Because it's Bray, so constantly packed.
Yeah.
And also sold out before the end, I think.
Oh, I would be surprised otherwise.
I don't think Bray can physically bring enough things to not sell out.
You'd have to do what frickin' Frist does and just bring a printer.
Sephi did print some things at home because they're a Boston native, so they could like take a train back to their printer, print things, and bring them back. Because it sounded like they were doing very well and selling out of things,
Nice.
which is cool.
I think it's
Love to
cool when
hear it.
furries are successful.
Yeah. Oh shit, I can thumbs up now? Yo, Leap Motion 2 thumbs up tech?
Yo,
Can you believe it, guys?
technology.
I was giving people thumbs up all the time at this con. It was a thumbs up kind of con.
It's just one of those kinds of cons.
People understand what a thumbs up means.
Good old thumbs up vibes. Alright.
Oh, and then I met up with Critter Dome, who was a cool artist who gave me a cool zine, 2 cool zines. What they do for a business card is amazing because it's this minuscule, tiny, tiny little zine. That's like a couple of inches across.
Hang on, can I zoom in enough?
Oh yeah,
It's in the picture.
because the full zine they gave me is the lazy, rainy, cuddly morning, which is not safe, but also cool and good.
Mm-hmm.
But also the
then-
very, very tiny zines that are like business card thing.
Yeah, like lazy raining cuddly morning, and then that there in the bottom left corner
The
is
zine is also a choose your own adventure. How do you know that, cat? Suspicious. Do you be looking at not safe for work things, cat?
telling on himself.
This is shocking information.
Let me show off the big dragon that Acker bought.
The dragon's so fucking big. I don't know how Acker got it home. I think Acker like threw out a bunch of clothes or something.
The image is also fucking huge, appropriately so. People really just be taking pictures on their phones without changing their phone settings.
Who knows what the fuck a phone is?
Yeah, that's a pretty big dragon. I mean,
It's a big dragon.
I would absolutely like I could see Acker just like leaving a pair of pants in the hotel room so that he can fit his dragon in his duffel bag.
I was thinking about getting one of those before I saw Acker get one, and then fully realizing the implications of the dragon.
It could have been your personal item.
I needed the backpack as my personal item. And even that was a little sketchy.
Creepy Cat Toys is planning on Griffin Cat combo plushies. Ooh.
We gotta take the train so we can buy more plushies.
Yeah. The train doesn't care how much shit you bring on the train.
Acker, this is important. What'd you name the dragon?
Working on a gargoyle? A gargle?
A gargle? Yo, they got a gargoyle?
It's pretty hype.
Sham is a pretty good name.
Sam, pronounced sham.
Oh, I lost my frame rate on your stream.
I don't... Oh,
It doesn't seem to be on my camera or on my VC face. Oh, there I go. No, I lost my frames.
Let me check my processes. My processes are fine. I think it's just Discord. I think Discord is sad.
What? Seems better now. We're back, baby. We're living.
Frame rate return.
Oh boy, I love frame rate.
Dean, pronounced Dawn. Oh.
I'm losing it again.
You're shifting in and out of existence.
Oh no. It was so fucking cold Friday. It was so fucked up. There was so much wind. It was crazy.
It was cold. It was also quite cold here.
I think it was actually warmer
dry.
than it was here when the wind actually happened where we live, but the wind was happening way more there, so it was more consistently cold.
Oh, yeah. The wind took away our heat and our humidity. It was quite dry, but I heard it was also quite dry over there.
I was fighting for my fucking life. There was no moisture in Boston. They don't got water there.
You would think that, what with the harbor and such, but...
They did actually have filtered water in our hotel room, which was cool. They had a filtered faucet.
Fancy.
It didn't come out cold, though, and that was tragic. But you would love. You love your
Oh, yeah, no,
water.
that's what I live for.
You love tepid water.
Tepid, endearing. Look, I don't like super cold water. I like my water coming out of my metal water bottle at room temperature. I don't know why. That's just how I live.
It's because of the lead making it sweeter.
Delicious. Just like that one cool water bottle that they were going on Twitter and being like, it's fine that there's lead in it. Don't worry. Lots of people use lead in their water bottles.
I have bad news for you. Yours guaranteed has lead in it too.
Yeah, but mine doesn't fall apart.
Do you put hot liquids in it ever?
No.
Okay, it's fine then.
I put cold filtered water into my water bottle, and then I let it sit.
Oh, that fucks it up. It's bad to put filtered water into a water bottle. That burns it up.
Learn Creepy Cat Toys has a maned wolf, but it's sold out? Fuck.
What? You tell me there's a long dog?
If they had a long dog at the con, I think LawyerDog might have been the one leaving pants behind in the hotel room.
I was so close to buying a big ass tapestry for $250.
Oh my god.
And then I convinced myself to not do that, but then there was a smaller tapestry, so I had to have the convincing myself adventure ×2.
Oh no.
But I managed to not bring back a tapestry. I'm so proud of myself.
That's fucked up. We could have a tapestry in the living room.
Yeah, I wish we had a tapestry. I should have bought it.
We have a tapestry, but we can't hang it in the living room.
What?
We have a small wall scroll.
That's different. There's not dogs on it.
There is.
Doesn't count if there's not dogs.
It's cat. Cats
That's
are
not
just
dog.
like...
That's
Dogs
the
are just
one thing
firm
in the
cats.
world. Cats are the one thing in the world that's not a dog.
You say so.
I do say so.
What I
But
want,
then,
what I really need is I need that the wooden desk toy maned wolf that when you press on the base, like on the bottom of the base,
that's
it like
not.
collapses.
Oh, I guess someone did make it real.
Someone did make a real one, and I want one. I know the animation that first started going around of it was not a real physical object, but there is a
It's
real
such
physical
a good
object in the
Tyrell
world.
animation. Tyrell still killing it. I randomly at one of the MFFs found like like Tyrell on the ground.
What?
So I have a random Tyrell in my collection of treasures.
Abandoned and rescued.
Abandoned. So fucked up.
How could someone do this?
Echo Song is a banger. That shit go crazy. Everybody in the house.
So, you had a good time at Dealer's Den, it sounds like.
And then it was time for fucking video game.
Yeah.
Because I heard that there was Melee in the video game room.
Yeah.
So I decided, well shit, I gotta go to the fucking video game room. They have a real video game for once.
They have the
They don't
one
just have
video
fucking
game I care
Ultimate.
about.
They have real, tangible Smash Brothers.
On a setup with a shitload of delay.
There was a lot of input delay. It felt like playing old school net play, which was not good to play, which was why Slippy was so fucking insane. And also, there was a girl named Melody there who was actually really good at Falco and other characters as well.
Nice.
But she fucked me the hell up with Falco on this disgusting setup. Like,
So, if anyone knows
she
a
was
male...
better at handling the input delay, but also was just clearly better than me.
Right.
So it was a double whammy.
So if anyone knows a melody that went to A&E and mains Falco,
So impossible to find on Twitter.
LawyerDog wants another
All
set.
I would say is just like, yo, your Falco's cool. It was cool playing. Which I already just said at A&E, so it's fine.
No misconnections here.
So we played Melee for a while there. Acker got in on it a bit. Yeah,
Nice.
some doubles going on. Because
No.
doubles with a shitty setup is fine. You don't need the perfect setup for doubles.
Right. Basically just
fucking
playing
love playing
multiverses
doubles.
at that point.
Doubles is some goof-ass bullshit. I love it.
Everyone that was playing Melee or beat. That's the thing. It's like Counter-Strike of just, if anyone's still playing Melee right now, they're probably killers.
Acker is like fucked up good at smash attacks. I'm not sure Acker noticed, but Acker did get a few frame perfect smash attacks to cover techs.
Damn.
I miss those. I don't get those.
Smash attacks were my fucking bread and butter when I was playing PM. I'd be forward smashing with Lucario all day, every day.
I think you just wanted to hit them, Acker.
Yeah, you
just
hit
did
the
it at
button
the
to hit
exact
them, and you hit
perfect
them.
time.
You can use the C-stick.
Yeah, but that's cheating. Only cheaters use the C-stick, the cheater stick.
Don't smash attacks with the C-stick come out slower when you're grounded?
I think they can come out 1 frame slower than if you're frame perfect with the control stick.
Huh. Because I know the C-stick is used for aerials, but...
That might just be for, like, jump canceled up smashes or something.
Oh, okay.
In reality, people just use the C-stick.
Okay.
They just use the yellow stick. They love the yellow stick.
I wish modern controllers had a yellow stick. Both sticks are just black now.
I wish modern controllers had a fucking octagonal gate. Let me know where I am on the controller. I'm a baby and I don't understand where I am without the gates.
Yeah. Trying to do some Mario 64 setups on my PS4 controller fucking blows.
Peach is such a cool character in Melee and so hard to understand.
I get fucked up so bad by Peach, because the one thing you don't want to do against Peach is crouch cancel, and all I want to ever do in Melee is crouch cancel.
But sometimes, very rarely, you do want to crouch cancel.
Yeah. No, when we were still going to, like... Yeah, when we were playing Project M as a household, I was a Lucario main, and I would pull off some okay shit sometimes, but anytime I would be up against a Peach, I would just be put in the blender until death. I could never stop myself from crouch canceling myself into a blender.
I was jumping into a few down smashes on platforms.
Ooh.
It was bad.
You hate
down
to see
smashes
it.
with input delay feels so
Ooh.
bad to get hit by.
Household
because without
Melee,
input delay, it's
family
just
bonding
your
time.
fault. With input delay, sometimes it feels like you got fucking pranked. And the prank results in your death. Peach's movement in Melee is fucking crazy. There's so much depth to it, it's so weird. Because of the stupid double jump and float.
Oh, yeah. I still don't know who I would main in Melee if I actually played Melee to any extent. Because I think the closest I got was, like, I started being able to do a little bit with Samus, but in order to do the truly cool shit with Samus, you need to do stupid fucked up tech.
A lot of the stupid fucked up tech is not actually, like, very good to do. Just, like, wave dash back, forward tilt is a lot of what's good to do.
Yeah.
But the missile stuff is tricky to get a hold of. That's something you have to actually just lab out.
I just want to play Lucario in Project M. That's all I care about.
Oh, right. They also didn't have all the characters and stages unlocked. Like, I don't... before we got there, I don't think they had Falco, and I couldn't be Ganondorf because they couldn't... Ganondorf was not unlocked yet.
Hell yeah. Now that's the true Melee experience. When people get nostalgic for Melee, that's what they want.
So there was a lot of input delay on this shitty setup, and like Rumble was randomly on a few of the controllers. These crazy rumblers. And also characters and stages were not unlocked.
I love that. That's so great. I would have been so excited to play Melee on a setup like that, you don't even know.
It's sick. Tragically, none of the other days people were playing Melee. That was the only day anyone was playing Melee.
Because you didn't want to go set up Melee yourself.
I didn't want to figure out how that worked and then be the guy trying to convince other people to play Melee.
Right.
I wasn't brave enough. I don't know how to unlock things in Melee. I never did. When I got Melee as a kid, we went back to Smash 64 because my brother didn't like Melee. So we just played 64 more instead.
So every character has, like, some specific unlock conditions. Like, with Luigi, you need to beat the first stage of adventure mode with the last the last seconds digit needed to be a 2. and then you would fight Luigi instead of Mario on stage 2 of Adventure Mode, and then at the end you would unlock Luigi. And there were like some weirdo conditions like that for a bunch of the characters. Or for every character, I think they had 2 different unlock conditions. There was something like that, and then there was also just play a fuckload of multiplayer matches. To unlock Mewtwo, you need like 250 multiplayer matches or something like that.
Mewtwo was unlocked.
Mewtwo was
somehow
unlocked,
they got
Ganondorf
Mewtwo.
wasn't. It's weird.
They specifically avoided Ganondorf somehow to protect me. And then we had a panel to get to.
Ooh.
Because I wanted to go to the early furry zines panel. Because it seemed like the coolest panel that was available. And I thought I should probably go to at least one panel at a con ever. And this seems like a cool one.
Yeah, that was your first convention panel, right? Because we've never gone to one at
start
MFF.
with because it's probably the best panel at the con.
You're just gonna retire champion of going to panels
from there.
Yeah.
I did go to several other panels after that, and some were neat, but they were not the peak of the early furry zines panel. Because that was something that just like could not be done anywhere else. Like you can't just because the dude had boxes and boxes of old furry zines that aren't like preserved online anywhere yet. That's still like work being done gradually. So it was a lot of shit that you could not have seen before unless you had gotten the zine in the 80s. Because the dude had like won an auction in Ohio, some estate thing, that just had shitloads of these furry zines.
Damn. That's
so
very
like
cool.
4 huge boxes of just zines.
That's pretty rad.
In those zines was a Ferotica zine, which is impossible to look up. Like it's just red links on the furry wiki. So there were several Brian Swords picks in these old Ferotica zines, which may or may not even be online anywhere. I think Brian Swords eventually came back and like released a pack of images or something. I forgot to actually look into that. But the room erupted into cheers upon seeing the Brian Swords pick. And if you're not familiar with Brian Swords, you may be familiar with Gay Rats on TV.
Yeah.
They're the
fucking
artists
John Oliver.
Did the John Oliver Gay Rats.
That's radical.
It's also wild seeing their picks next to these other picks in the zines because they're like so ahead of their time. It's wild. Because for a lot of these zines, there's things of a little lower quality. Not quite as the sickest shit ever like Gay Rats are. The panel was like ostensibly about like problem solving and controversy in old furry zines. Not really the problem solving so much, mostly just the controversy and just looking at fun pictures.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But one of the controversies was one of the people running the zine had like a column they put in about like a bunch of their grievances, including complaining about there being too many tops in the fandom. Just way too many tops and no bottoms at all. And they were pissed about it.
How times have changed.
And then, in response, all of the artists were like, you need to shut the fuck up. For the reason anyone cares about this zine, you can't just be putting your dumbass opinions in here like this. You need to stop. And then they were like, okay, I will. I will stop.
Great.
Because the artists were basically a union. They were holding the line together against this dude that just had access to stealing printer stuff or whatever. Because they were all just stealing shit. They're like stealing shit from Air Force bases and whatever.
Hell yeah.
Get shit printed for free. Allegedly.
That's the way to do it.
This was like 40 years ago. It's probably fine. They did crimes. It's cool. But one of the most special images we were shown is, do you know what a chakat is, Hat?
I mostly know of Chakats by their reputation, but my instinct, my gut instinct as to the definition of a Chakat, in the sense of just like my trivia brain trying to call this information back, they were a original race for the Star Trek universe.
You might know more than me.
Oh, okay. They
I've
were
just
original
seen a lot. I
race
don't
for the
know
Star
much
Trek
about the
universe,
lore.
and like they had like there was something about like they had to mate or something like that, or they would go into a depression or something like that.
Yo, that's crazy.
I could be talking completely out of my ass. I might be talking about something else that is like vaguely.
I mean, that's how cats work. That's just how cats work in real life.
Yeah, Chakats were cat tars, right? So, like, yeah, that is how cats do. So, I mean,
Yo, cats are
maybe I'm
crazy.
talking the truth. I don't know.
You've heard about these cat things? But the big difference, as I understand it, between Chakats and just like other Tars is that instead of like 4 legs, 2 arms, it's like 2 legs, 4 arms, basically. Like they got hella hands going on.
Were they still quadrupedal, but they would just walk on their first
Yeah,
set
it's
of
like
hands?
kind of a monkey deal, I guess.
Okay.
Like they have like 4 prehensile appendages they can do stuff with, I guess.
Okay.
Do you know Roger Rabbit?
Go on.
So there was a Chakat Roger Rabbit, which was
All right.
truly incredibly ahead of its time in ergonomics, because the overalls were truly next level. They answered the question of how a Roger Rabbit Chakat would wear overalls.
Turns out it's like this.
It's like that. You would have to go find Beto somewhere and ask to see this, because they probably have like one of the only copies of this. I don't think it's online anywhere. But there is a Roger Rabbit Chakat out there in the world.
That's amazing.
With 4 gloved hands and the overalls with 3 straps.
That's incredible.
There's also a bunch of stuff about like them complaining about the net furries that don't go to cons and about how they're like not real furries because they're just on the internet, and how the internet sucks because people are just toxic on the internet. And this is on like boards in the 80s or whatever.
Right.
They're complaining about.
Complaining about all those haters on the BBS.
One of the big things they fucking hated about the net furries is they would use their like usernames in real life instead of calling people by their actual names.
Wow.
And this was a big sticking point.
Wow.
Can you
That's
believe that?
wild.
Hat?
I can believe that, LawyerDog. LawyerDog, the name that I refer to you as in real life every day.
If I hear my real name, I get scared. I mean, something bad happens.
Times have changed.
There's all those bottoms.
The bottoms changed this fandom for the worse.
It's so true.
Last time you lived with furries, you went by your real name. Yep. Nope. Not around here. We're gonna have to refer to Trout by his real name for a day or two while his dad's around. It's gonna be weird. We're gonna have to refer to each other by our real names while his dad's around. That's gonna be fucked up.
Damn, how long is his dad around?
I think he's only going to be around for like a day. The day that he moves in, maybe the next day.
Because we probably just like don't want to be in the way anyway for moving.
Yeah, we might not even.
Like, we're not gonna help. Trout can handle moving heavy things, and if not, Trout Dad can.
Probably. Trout's a big, strong man. I'm sure he has not
Lego
become
came over
less
to help
big,
Carlton
strong
Burke,
in his
but
time in Minnesota or whatever. Wisconsin.
Trout don't need little guy help.
Especially
He'll be
not me.
fine.
I can't lift for shit. I got noodle arms, baby. So Trout is not joining the doghouse, and also it would be rejoining because he lived here before I did. I took Trout's room.
Yeah.
He's moving in with Colt. And it's very funny, the timing of him moving in, because next weekend, a new set of Magic the Gathering cards is coming out, so we're playing fucking Magic while he is still getting settled in.
It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up we do that to him.
On the bright side, as far as Magic stuff goes, Trout does enjoy Limited for the most part. So we might actually get him in on it. I don't know about Commander, but...
Oh god, so much happened today anywhere. It's still in Friday.
Yeah, no, alright, Trout is a close friend of mine. He doesn't show up to the streams much, but I have been friends with Trout longer than I've been friends with LawyerDog.
God, it's been like a decade, hasn't it?
12 years now, because now we're in
God.
2024. I think I may have been friends with him, like... Was it, like, late 2011 or something like... I've been friends with him for a long-ass time. Anyways. Convention.
So, Beto's early furry zines panel was the peak of panels at A&E, but we did go to more panels.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were other panels happening. And they were a little combo of panels of drunk zoology into drunk zookeeper stories.
Woo!
That wasn't intended as a combo. They didn't realize this would be a problem for them beforehand. And that they should have done it on separate days.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The drunk zoology we came into a little late, and it was like fine. I think that the concept of it was not as strong as just them telling drunk zookeeper stories later. That was a lot stronger. Like the idea of the drunk zoology was them getting through like a full zoology course in an hour while drinking. And I think the format just didn't lend itself that well to cool, funny jokes.
Yeah, it's a funny concept, but it seems difficult to execute it properly.
It seems like the drunk part doesn't help that one. That seems like you need to have a more strict curriculum going. Because they got through like nothing. They were just like asking people about animal facts for a while.
Right.
And that was kind of it was fine. I did like the drunk zookeeper stories though. That was dope.
Nice.
Because they got to talk about like slurping up whale stomach acid and stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's fun. That's good to do. That's just a thing that happens.
That sounds like a good idea.
It's not what you want to happen, but it does happen. Because they have to like siphon stuff out or in.
Oh.
When the whale doesn't want to eat, you gotta get food in there. Because they don't want to eat, like, sometimes.
I see.
I don't know. So sometimes you get a little stomach acid in your mouth, and it's bad. You don't like it. It don't taste good.
Yeah,
That's the
it
moral of
sounds...
the story is stomach acid bad.
Yeah? That yeah. Lesson learned? I feel like I already knew that lesson.
The peak of the drunk zoology panel was Mothsprout walking in suit, and I got to see them in their cool suit. And I paid
Nice.
attention to that instead of the panel after that. Yo, ambergris.
They pay a lot for that in some places.
There were some stories about how gay penguins are and how mad people get about gay penguins.
Look, if the penguins aren't gay, then they like anime. And I mean, what are you gonna do about that?
Because there was some like pissed lady at their aquarium at some point because 2 of the animals were gay, and then they were like, well, I'll just go to this other exhibit of animals, and they had to be informed several times in a row, I've got bad news for you, they're even gayer over there. Ending up in the penguins, the gayest animal to ever do it. And I think the kicker to that story was this was during Pride Month, so the penguins like had rainbow bands on them too.
Wow.
Or something.
Penguin pride.
Penguin Pride, baby. Let's go. And then it was night market time.
Which I heard may not have been the best.
You probably heard it. It was loud enough to hear here.
Yeah. How was it compared to Yardsard? Like, louder than Yardsard?
So it was way louder than Yardsard at like the start of the line.
Ooh.
And like halfway through the line, it was like above sports bar level, I would say.
Jeez.
I did not get inside. Once
Yeah,
it
that
started
makes sense.
becoming how clear how anti-LawyerDog it was, I was like, well, I'm just gonna get out of the line and I'm gonna go to my hotel room because
I'm just gonna fucking bail.
Because the line was pretty fucking long. Not like registration long, but it seemed like 40 minutes to get through the line probably.
Hmm.
So once I get like close to the end of the line, I just bail out of there. But then I see Jackpot in the line.
Ooh.
So I just get into line with Jackpot for like 30 minutes and talk to Jackpot.
Nice. That, I mean...
So a success.
Yeah, like, it
Great
sounds
night market,
like
loved it.
just hanging out in line with the Jackpot was going to be way better than whatever was at the end of the line.
Oh, absolutely. It was apparently impossible to do any of the market stuff in there because it was so loud. And then the like lewd dancing part of it was like, I fucking hate how bright it is in here for the market. So nobody was very happy with what was going on so much, from what I understood.
Yeah, that sounds like it should be 2 events, really. It sounds like you should have, like, place for selling horny merch and then place for doing horny dancing, and those being 2 different places.
It was also, like, super packed and one night only.
It being one night only is maybe, like, the wildest part about hearing about it. Just, like... If you did it multiple nights, maybe you could have changed some things to make it better, but just...
It seemed like it should have been multiple different events on multiple different nights.
Right. Like, this is when the bondage gear dancers can come hang out, and this is when the people who want to buy lewd dakimakuras come hang out, and so on.
From what I understand, the night market like has different merch do way better than the 18 plus section.
Hmm.
So people want to sell things in that way.
Yeah.
It sounded like the A&E way of doing it didn't quite work out.
I mean, people want to buy that stuff too, but usually, like, at MFF, the adult section, like, if there's no Yardsard, there's, like, nothing worth going there for.
The 18 plus section's such bad vibes at all the cons.
Yeah. Like, I can handle if it's, like, oh, a bunch of, like, bondage gear booths. Like, that's fine. But the problem at MFF is that one year we went there and a pretty huge portion of the 18 plus section was taken up by a place that was exclusively selling diapers.
It was 2 places.
No, and there were 2 places the next time.
Oh.
The next year, there were 2 booths selling diapers.
Artists are so cool.
I love
You guys
supporting
love
this
furry
art-based
art?
community by going to the Bad Dragon booth that is past 2 booths selling diapers.
I love to go to Furry Con and buy car and diaper.
Oh, the fucking car! Some of the stuff the car booth was selling was cool, but it's not really
At
why
least
I'm
put
there.
ears on it, I guess.
Yeah.
God, one of the years in the 18 plus section at MFF, I heard someone talking about me and saying LawyerDog, and then I look over and I see they're walking over to dildos and picking up a dildo to look at it. So I had just left. I couldn't.
Yeah. The 18 plus section had Titty Garfield stickers. Well, then it's all worth it.
So true. You gotta have Garfield things. That's important.
What other Garfield merch are you gonna have?
There's nothing that has more merch than Garfield. Garfield is the peak of capitalism.
Yeah. Like the time where there was the Garfield pizza, and then the guy went fucking
weird.
crazy.
Probably started
Oh, well, yeah,
little-
probably.
a little Garfield, if you know what I'm saying. A little hating of Mondays. And loving lasagna.
Like to deal at a con one day just to have something to do during the day. I mean, you talk to people at the booths. That's what I usually do.
You grab people that are stealing and you throw them to the ground. They did catch someone that was stealing.
Wow.
They're probably gonna be banned from every furry con forever now over trying to steal a $5 sticker. Was
Yeah.
it worth it, buddy? Worth it trying to steal from little artists? Kapow! They're just
I hate
little
chatting.
guys. They're minuscule guys.
I go to like nowadays I go to furry conventions to do 3 things. I want to buy stickers that I'm never going to put on anything. I want to play a couple of games of Magic the Gathering with my friends that I already do at home, so it's nothing new, but I get to do it somewhere else. And I want to talk to artists. I used to go to Fan Expo in Toronto pretty regularly, and Fan Expo is just like basically the Comic-Con of Toronto. I think Comic-Con also happens in Toronto, but Fan Expo was bigger. And what I would do at Fan Expo is maybe I would go get an autograph from a voice actor or something. Like I got autographs from Charles Martinet and David Hayter one year. And the rest of the time, I just want to go to Artist Alley and talk to people. That's just what I want to do at conventions.
Artists are cool. You guys
Yeah.
heard about these guys?
I love to support artists. I ain't buying a fucking, like... I'm not gonna go to the fucking Loot Crate booth and buy a mystery box at a convention. No, I'm going to spend $50 on, like, cool prints that this artist made. This completely unlicensed. But... I mean,
That's the best kind.
I do have some unlicensed Undertale merchandise. I'm sorry, Toby.
Oh shit. How could you?
Yeah, I've got a button on it with Azrael, and I've got a button on it with Toriel. I'm so sorry. I also
Almost
have
feels
like
forgettable.
some merch from Frist, a charm that is Susie on one side and Dark World Susie on the other, and it's awesome. But yeah,
Is it one of those butt ones?
huh?
Is that one of those butt ones? I'm not a furry
No,
butt.
it's totally safe for work. It's a charm. It's
Hey,
like an
those are
acrylic
safe for
charm.
work. I saw people wearing them out in public at A&E.
I mean, yeah. Even if I were interested in wearing one of those shirts, which I could get away with a lot easier because I always wear the Hawaiian shirt, so I would only get the safer work side visible. But also, I think the material that those shirts were not a material that I like a shirt to be.
Acker fucked me up so bad by saying, I got ice cream when we had ice cream at home. We had ice cream at home, Hacker, that you weren't eating. Had to go get fish ice cream.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That everything about that sounds correct. That's like Acker going out and buying ice cream while you had ice cream. You being upset that someone bought ice cream while you already had ice cream. The ice cream being fish ice cream. Like every step of that interaction sounds correct.
So fucked up.
So you didn't actually go to the night market. You just got like secondhand information about it from the
I
sounds
just got
of it.
secondhand information. My experience of the night market was just talking to Jackpot in line. And then Jackpot put in earplugs to go in, which seemed like a great idea.
Yeah. I mean, if you do like doing that at a concert, understandable because it's like I want to be there for the music, but I don't want to explode my ears. Having to go to do that for a thing where like you are going to do anything other than just listen to the music that is too loud, that sounds crazy.
I got so fucking rused by one of the listings of music that was going to be played at one of the dance things or whatever because they had rhythm in there. And I thought, oh shit, they're going to play like 80s Jamaican dancehall music? That's crazy. But no, dubstep just stole rhythm. They just call it some kind of dubstep rhythm now.
Oh no.
That's fucked up. I wanted 80s Jamaican music over here.
That would have been so much cooler.
Would have been way cooler.
Ice cream when it's cold makes sense because ice cream doesn't melt outside. I guess. I mean, it's kind of like it's exactly like having a hot drink when it's hot outside. You have the opposite. You have the same thing of what it is outside because that's what you do. Perfect logic.
Your humors are fucked the hell up. Your four humors are wrangled and crangled. Your yellow bile and black bile are swapped, Acker.
So you went back to the room and just went to sleep, I assume?
Yeah, because I wanted to go to Dealer's Den early on Saturday because it was packed for like most of Friday. And I wanted to try and get in a little casual viewing without needing to like move along every 2 seconds or whatever to not
Right,
be
just
in the way.
do it at the least crowded time so you can enjoy a more lackadaisical pace a little more.
And also because I wanted to chat with Cephive a bit more.
Yeah.
And not like prevent them from selling things. So I want them to sell things. They gotta sell the things. That's why they're there, probably.
That is how a lot of art... It's like... I mentioned this in person, but it's like how musicians go on tour to make money. Artists go to conventions to make money.
I was also extra spooked by the artists. They were like explicitly saying not to chat with them because of their position being crowded. And Saturday, I also fried some bagels. It was great. Yum.
So Saturday was not the full bagel experience then.
It is. It's just later on in the day.
Okay.
I just
Sorry.
didn't have a bagel myself. I had bagels in the morning.
Yeah, because...
And then bagels afterwards.
Right.
And I think bagels in the middle of the day.
You had a lot of bagels to go through.
I did have a lot of bagels. And they're pretty good bagels.
Should we be keeping an eye out for those bagels? Now that... Well, once we get a stove again.
I miss my stove so bad. What the fuck am I gonna do? I'm dead. Well, we have to, like, order pizza tomorrow, probably.
Yeah.
I keep on thinking of, like, things I could make instead of my usual things, and then realizing that still needs a stove.
Yeah, either an oven or a stovetop.
So, Fletcher, my stove doesn't turn off anymore.
Yeah,
If it's
the oven
plugged
part
in,
of the stove
broiler
just...
is on.
Yeah, it just goes as on as possible forever.
I
So
have to
we
turn
need...
off the breaker to make it stop.
Yeah, we need a new stove. Oh yeah, is the one that we're getting, is it convection?
It is.
Woo, fancy.
The one hot thing that I couldn't get with the new stove, because it would be way more expensive and make it a smart oven, is the steam clean. Because the auto clean thing is just bullshit, it sounds like. You just shouldn't use it on any stove ever. It just kind of fucks them up and fucks
That
you
kinda
up.
sounds...
It makes fumes and shit.
That sounds correct from all of our experiences with the auto clean function so far.
It smelled bad when it go auto clean. I love fumes. You guys had these fumes before? What do you think about fumes in the chat?
You ever tried fumes
Sound off
before?
for fumes.
Shoutouts to fumes.
Whoa, you're cleaning so well. That's crazy.
Yeah, speaking of auto clean, I am also kind of auto cleaning because I'm absolutely not paying attention to the game actions I am taking.
Oh yeah, and I got to meet up with Snack Horse after hanging out in the dealer's den for a while.
Woo!
Snack Horse is an extremely cool artist.
Nice.
They did a little bonus Sleepy Ollie thing in the Braze comic.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it's adorable. And you should buy Braze comics so you can see it.
Yeah.
Commerce.
609 fluff.
Sleepy guys.
Not safe for work. But also,
Oh, shit, it's
if
not
you
safe for work, I
cannot
didn't
purchase a
realize.
not safe for work object, you should not be in the stream.
True.
You bought that? Nice.
Hell yeah. Saturday was a lot of chilling and not doing much in anticipation of being fucking dead after the bagel and pizza party, which was, I think, mostly organized by Jackpot. There was a bunch of artists getting together, and I would make bagels and we'd order pizzas.
You were the host, but you were not the organizer.
The organization had it on Telegram, and I didn't have fucking Telegram because I hate Telegram.
Yeah,
And then I was bullied into getting Telegram afterwards, and Telegram sucks. I hate Telegram so much.
Telegram is pretty bad.
But I have it now. I can be telegrammed.
If necessary, but...
If necessary. What do you mean Telegram slaps? What's good about it?
I think Badrick just uses Telegram to look at dick pics, which is all I hear about Telegram in a positive light.
Oh, I mean, the stickers. People like Telegram stickers.
The Discord got stickers.
IRC has stickers. You could just link a JPEG. I love posting dick pics on a service that by default tries to tell your grandma that you're on it. I had to turn off like 50 fucking settings and Google 6,000 things to make sure my grandma wasn't gonna see my furries. Telegram's fucked up, I hate it.
Look, I only ever hear about Telegram in two contexts. getting in contact with your plug and showing people dick pics. That's all I know about Telegram.
Those can be the same thing.
They can be the same thing, absolutely. If you've got a cool plug, that's great, but...
You gotta consolidate.
Your plug, your dealer, your hookup.
The one you get bread mix from.
Your guy, your dude, your person.
How does a dick even take a picture?
I mean, the screens, like, that's... I'm sure that...
There's that dude that paints pictures with his dick, I guess.
Yeah.
You can do a lot with that thing. It's pretty prehensile.
You got some flexibility going on down there. It's so hard to get bread mix these days. Yeah, you need a bread plug!
Yeah.
I mean, like, Cult is over there taking care of a sourdough starter forever. Just...
It sounds like it's most of his free time.
On multiple occasions,
Cult
has left a gathering with the reason of, I need to go take care of the sourdough starter. Multiple times. It's 20 minutes a day. That's so many minutes to take care of
so much.
What is essentially just bread mix.
That's like a pet.
Yeah, you don't have ingredients.
It's a pet that you don't even like get to look at that much.
Yeah, because if you take the thing off, then you're on a fucking timer before it starts dying.
Just get a goldfish.
Our children need nutrition.
Goldfish is nutrition.
Millennials these days. Have you heard that millennials have started taking care of sourdough starters instead of having children?
It's true, though. It's so real for that.
Hey, grapes aren't cheap.
So Saturday evening was basically entirely the chillin' in the room with a bunch of artists. It was
chillin' and grillin'.
People total. There's a lot of cool artists, folks coming over and having bagels.
It's so hard for me to imagine you in, like, not a public space, like a room with a dozen people.
Well, it was a baker's dozen, so it was okay.
And you were the baker.
And I was the baker.
So after convincing people of what frying a bagel means...
People were so confused anytime I mentioned it. I had to explain it a lot.
And I assume that you got rave reviews on your fried bagels.
People like them. A couple of people called them magic.
Ooh.
That's probably positive.
I have had your fried bagels, and I can say they're delicious.
The fumes do not enhance the bagel experience, which is why I have to get a new stove.
Yeah. The fumes are an undesired aspect of the situation. Maned wolf weed smell joke. We live so close to a place where we could just walk to and buy weed, and I still have not done that. I just don't feel
When's
like
the
it.
weed stream hat?
I don't know.
Are you even allowed to do a weed stream on Twitch?
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to actively toke up on camera, and you're not supposed to, like, actively talk about how you are indulging in intoxicating substances. Like,
But it's
with...
okay if it's just really obvious, like with Germa.
Yes.
Like
Like,
when he
you
sees
can
a
get
clock.
drunk on stream, but you're not supposed to drink until you are drunk on stream.
Germa high trying to read a clock was pretty powerful. Tries to come up with a bit to make it so he doesn't have to read a clock. My dog needs to go outside. So I will be back.
Enjoy. I bet Germa would like Telegram. He probably... I feel like Germa is even... like... I feel like Germa uses messaging services other than texting as little as he can possibly get away with. He's talked about it before, about how, like, as soon as the stream turns off, he does not exist as a person. Jim is currently drinking. Yeah, you're not supposed... Okay. You can drink alcohol. You can... Theoretically, I don't believe there is a rule against being drunk. But you are not supposed to drink until you are drunk. I believe that is, like, the weird nuance to getting in trouble on stream for intoxicating substances. Like, you are not supposed to get completely blitzed out of your gourd. But you can be blitzed out of your gourd as long as you don't talk about the process. So you have to start drunk. I think that would be the way to get around it. Or you just, like, you get drunk over the course of the stream, but you don't talk about the fact that you are drinking. The only concrete rule is you can't be incentivized to drink. Oh, someone needs to warn Jim, I think, if that's the case. Because, I mean, I'm not going to tattle. But if that's a real thing, someone might want to tell Jim. Let's get Twitch to warn him. No! No. Don't call the cops. I'm sure there are plenty of cool Twitch cops. But don't call the cops. Don't call the cops on your friends. No snitching. 24-hour moonshine cam. You might be able to do something like that. You're just maybe not allowed to... Well, no, I think that would... I don't know if moonshine production... I don't know the legality of moonshine production. I think you might not be able to do that because it's not legal in all 50 states, or something along those lines. Because there's a couple of things of just, like, if it's not legal in all 50 states, then sometimes it is questionable, because there are some times where it's just like, maybe Twitch does not know where you live, so they don't know if it's illegal or not. You can't do stuff if a random state makes it illegal. That is sometimes the case. Although it is usually a situation of just like, hey, we are just protecting ourselves. We don't, like... We're not taking where you live into consideration when we say, just don't do this on our site, because, you know, it would probably be fine in most cases, but it's one of those things where it's just like, please don't. We don't want to fuck around with this and get in trouble. He seems conscious enough. I'm sure Jim is fine. One of the only things I know about Jim's person in person is that he pumped his fucking Constitution score. I know Jim is a tough boy.
What's going on?
Neo returned with the information that Jim is probably not getting drunk out of his gourd and is like, I didn't really think he would because he's tough. But also, Jim may be doing something that you're not supposed to do on Twitch.
There's no rule against making moonshine on Twitch.
I think making moonshine on Twitch might be an Air Bud situation. Of, we didn't know we had to make this rule.
There might be a rule against it. People be doing some wild stuff.
What I was saying was, if it's illegal in a state, then you might not be allowed to do it, just because they don't want to mess around with that. "24-hour moonshine distillery and banjo music stream." Yeah, it's like Dash Ducks, except it's Dash Shine. Stream Shine. I'm not gonna put a TM on that. I don't want my I don't want to be associated with that.
Well, why not?
I don't know where it would sit. I guess it could sit in the Nook. That would be the place to do it. Anyways, bagel party.
Bagel party. I made a lot of fucking bagels.
Hell yeah.
Which was relatively easy. Induction stove is pretty fucking fast to heat up. I will say.
Yeah. And you also had ordered
quick
pizza.
To get out like 14 bagels without too much trouble.
Nice.
As people arrived, making more bagels for them.
On-demand bagels.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the pizza?
The pizza was ordered by Jackpot.
Nice.
I have no clue where it was from. It was pretty decent pizza, though.
Was it like plain white box kind of pizza?
Yeah, it was like, this is pizza from box kind of box.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it also makes sense that you would get a bunch of that kind of place in a major city.
Yeah.
Was it
and
good
they were able
pizza?
to get the pizza to the hotel, which is cool.
Yeah.
That seemed kind of impossible at MFF. That seemed not really viable unless you did it like a week beforehand or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's delivery to the hotels at MFF, but I don't know. I don't know how much I would rely on something like that. All pizza is good pizza. I've had some bad pizza.
Pizza can be pretty bad. I had some pretty low pizza at the airport for $5 a slice.
That would be one of the key places to have bad pizza.
It still wasn't bad, but it was mediocre to fine.
Like, I can't truck with, like, Little Caesars and Hungry Howie's and that kind of pizza.
I can fuck with Little Caesars. He's my little homie. He's my little guy. It's just, we would have to go out of our way to get Little Caesars, so I'm never going to have Little Caesars again.
Yeah, like, there's a Papa John's pretty close, aka Pizza Shack. And there's also a Papa Murphy's relatively close, and that covers all aspects of pizza that matters.
We should get a Papa Murphy's. We should get that take and bake.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Papa John's. It's fucked up. We can't even have the best pizza. Well, the second best pizza. Because I believe the consensus is that the best pizza is LawyerDog pizza.
Is that the consensus?
I don't know.
I would probably put Papa Murph a little above mine.
Wow.
They do some weird fucked up shit to their crust or whatever that makes it like 1,000 calories an inch.
It's oil. It's just a lot of oil. It's It's swimming in
I
oil,
think
baby.
they're just so brave and strong with the amount of oil they use that I could never.
Yeah.
So the bagel party went very well. It was cool. It was cool chatting to all these artists, some of who I had never met before or seen their stuff, and then I saw their stuff and it was cool stuff.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if it would be sane to just like go down the list. That sounds weird. That seems
Yeah,
weird to
maybe.
do. I don't know.
The most important person was Jackpot, because Jackpot is just a fucking hero.
Yeah. It's always great hanging with Jackpot.
Yeah. That was the highlight of MFF 2023.
Yeah.
Was being there before the Dragon Party. The actual party itself.
Just in time.
Yeah.
I would not have been able to handle continuing being there, I don't think.
Yeah, actual party is a little much. It ain't no bagel party. A little more involved. But I'm so proud of you for being involved in over a dozen people showing up and just hanging out in the same room.
I managed to survive. It was crazy.
LawyerDog is leveling up into a con guy.
It's the hat. The hat gave me strength. Couldn't have done it.
And not the hat you would think.
I had to get a replacement hat.
Didn't have the person hat to assist. Had to get article of clothing hat.
I think I did spend like the most time at this con just resting than at any of the MFFs. Well, there was also a lot of stuff done.
Well, it seems like a lot of the stuff that you did in general was higher energy than a lot of the stuff we did at MFF.
I think a lot of it is, if you want to go somewhere, you're just there.
Yeah.
If you want to get to the other end of the con, you just walk there in 2 minutes. If someone's like, hey, I'm at the other end of the con if you want to come over, you're just over there.
Right.
It's not a 30-minute ordeal and they're gone by the time you get there.
Right. I'm definitely excited to partake in A&E next year. Hopefully I can get... Hopefully by around this time next year, I will have my stomach's stuff sorted out now that I actually have, like, contact with the gastroenterologist.
I'm gonna do my fucking best to get an element room again. I want a stove. I want a stove so bad.
You've learned, like, your standards have been elevated so drastically by stove at hotel room.
And I know the secret tech now that the grocery store closes on the weekend, so I won't get bamboozled again. I'll buy everything that Friday.
Gotta stock the fuck up.
Gotta stock the fuck up.
I mean, worst case, you can bring bagels on a plane.
Is that allowed?
Yeah. There's a lot of things they don't want you to bring on a plane, but they can't stop you from bringing bagels on a plane.
That would be so much. That would be all. I would have to check a bag of bagels.
Yeah, your bagel bag.
They would rough up my bagels. All of the everything seasoning would fall off.
Oh, were they everything bagels?
Half of them were.
Okay. I'm not actually a big fan of everything bagels. I think I prefer just a plain bagel.
About half of people like the everything, and half of them would rather have plain.
Sounds like you got the right ratio then.
Cream cheese for those folks.
Ooh.
The cheesers. We had some cheesers around.
I actually, like, I did not... It was only fairly recently that I learned that I'm actually down with cream cheese on a bagel.
I'm pretty down for it when at a con, because it's just, like, more protein and calories in my body that I don't have to worry about.
Yeah, that's fair. So, after the bagel party, you just, I assume that was basically done for the day.
The bagel party like gradually died down to a more reasonable amount of people. So it went on for a while, like until like several hours or whatever,
Oh, wow.
dwindling down to fewer people, and then eventually people absconded away into the night, into the snow.
As they do.
It was a good time. It was cool.
Hell yeah.
There was also a chance meeting with two of the artists, realizing that they had known each other under one of the artists' other names years ago.
Hell yeah. Bringing people together with bagels.
Bringing people together with bagels. And everyone was very cool.
Nice.
And I think the only thing after that is I rested for a while and then I just headed back to the con to see like what the fuck was going on with the game room or whatever, since that goes until like 4 a.m. the next day or something.
Oh my god.
Like super late.
That's wild.
But it was never melee. But I did randomly run into Lighter a few times, the Typhlosion. I just kept on running into Lighter all the time and talked to him for a while.
Some years it's Ish, some years it's Lighter.
Yeah, the Lighter everywhere system was in place this time. I think I ran into them the most of anyone, except maybe Jackpot.
I was gonna say except Acker, but it sounds like Acker was kind of just off.
Might
on
have
his
been
own
more
for a
than
lot of
Acker.
it.
Acker was off doing their Acker thing. Oh, right. I think Saturday was when I went to a panel on Pinocchio. It was either Saturday or Sunday. There was a Pinocchio panel, so I went, well, fuck it. I'll go to a panel on Pinocchio. I'm a panel guy now. I'm going to panels.
I'm a room party guy. I'm a panel guy. Changed my whole life about conventions.
Changing everything, man. The Pinocchio panel, I'm not sure how many people I'd recommend it to, but I thought it was a cool time. It was basically the vibe of just like going down a Wikipedia hole on Pinocchio and like differences between the versions of Pinocchio.
That sounds alright.
It was a solid way to spend an hour.
Nice. I was gonna ask if they talked about Lies of P at all, but it sounds like that would be pretty minimal.
They did talk about Lies of P a bit. Lies of P actually has like some of the most deep cuts of any Pinocchio adaptation. There's a lot of stuff from the original thing in there that aren't in the movie adaptations.
Yeah, no, like, I think there is, like, a substantial amount of, like, real Pinocchio shit going on in Lies of P, which is, again, just, like, thinking about Lies of P at all is just, like, wow, they really made a Soulsborne game about the story of Pinocchio. And then,
from not knowing anything about Lies of P and just like seeing some of the gameplay, I would not have expected it would be like diehard Pinocchioers.
No, it's all in on it. Like it is a for real Pinocchio adaptation, but a Soulsborne game.
It's a real boy.
It is a real boy in that video game.
The nose thing is such a tiny part of Pinocchio. I always forget. It like barely matters, and it's the Pinocchio thing.
Yeah, it's like it's barely a part of the story.
It's pretty funny though. It's a pretty funny idea to have your nose grow longer when you lie.
One of the big parts of Lies of P is there's a humanity mechanic where you become more human as you lie more, and you can like one of the
says a lot about society.
One of the only things that actually changes based off of how much of a real boy you are is whether or not you can pet the cat. But it's a full mechanic.
Incredible.
Lies of P is a fucking weird game.
Boy, howdy. Oh, speaking of cats, I gotta meet up with a cat. Jer the cat.
Who the cat?
They, Jer the cat.
Oh yeah,
You've seen their art.
I sure have.
You've seen their fishnet wearing cat.
Sure have.
They have very cool art. Talked to him a little bit, and then I got to give him a hug. And then the lights stuttered and went out as soon as we hugged.
And that was when your spirits exchanged bodies, and we have not known the true LawyerDog since then.
Yeah.
Fucking horror story ass moment.
And then there was last minute dealer den shopping to get through and such for everybody.
Hell yeah.
So then it was big chilling until the afternoon. And in the afternoon, I learned that Chai Mornin was at A&E.
Yeah.
It was a little meetup.
Nice.
So I got to go give Chai a Sickos sticker from Toxicolossa.
Nice.
I got to give away 5 Sickos stickers that Toxo gave to me to bring the spirit of Toxo to A&E. To fertilize the land so that a mighty toxic glossa can grow.
Did you bring up the Nady pack again?
I did.
Hell yeah.
It seemed a more opportune time because they weren't like about to leave somewhere.
Right. Not like in the process of grabbing up their bag to go somewhere else.
They appreciated that was how I fucking knew them. And I also gave them my stickers.
Yeah.
And I got to give the worst signature I've ever done that any human has ever done.
No.
And then I drew a little panko.
Hell yeah.
Can I find this? This fucking disaster that I did. I don't know how to use this fucking newfangled technology with this big ass pad. I don't get it.
The prospect of having to autograph something is fucking terrifying to me.
Chai was flipping the fucking script. You don't get Chai's autograph, you have to autograph Chai's thing. It's like gonna go in the background of a stream thing.
Oh!
A stream environment.
That's fun.
Here, let me...
The drink for donation thing is only not okay if you get drunk. Right. That's exactly the shit that I was talking about, of like, you can drink, you can be drunk, you cannot drink to get drunk.
I did my best. I did my best hat. I feel slightly better about being so ginger and careful and trying not to break anything, because apparently Chai's Apple Pen did break that con.
Oh,
but
no.
It wasn't me. I was careful. I was careful, boy. I didn't break nothing.
Alright, let me bring this up. Because it is very cute. I'm gonna have to change the size of it again, because...
The truth come out, LawyerDog isn't literate?
Going from, like, particularly taken and edited images to gigantic fucking phone pictures of 1 million resolutions. Hell yeah.
Yeah. A cool little bangle.
Yeah.
So happy.
Love that panko. Love the bray, too. That's also great.
Call for a good time.
It's a real good effect.
Very fun to lose.
Yeah. I can definitely see the difficulty that you had with doing an autograph. And I very much understand the difficulty.
I ain't never used that technology before. I don't get it. You telling me you write on this screen? Huh?
Yeah, you've never used a... Like, you've never drawn on a tablet with a screen, have you?
I have not. I
You've
just
got
got
your,
my little
like,
guy.
half the size of a regular-ass sheet of paper, shitty little tablet.
I can do it on my own.
That's all you need. That's all you
Got
need
my
for
little
years
brother
and years
tablet.
of very popular art is the tiniest, shittiest tablet.
Yo, it's such a step up from mouse. You guys heard about this tablet thing? I believe Chai was the last to get a Toxicolossa sticker.
Was that when you ran out?
That was when I ran out. I had to be careful and precise with my sickos.
Gotta make sure they get to the most important people.
There was a group of names that I figured out that I would do my best to remember to give a sicko sticker to. And then I would stop once I ran out.
And did you follow that list to a T?
I forgot sometimes.
Oh no.
I forgot to give stickers sometimes. But I got rid of all the stickers and put them into the hands of people that appreciated treasures.
Nice.
It was a success. There was just other alternative paths that could have been successes too.
Ah.
There's a lot of people like Toxicolossa art, because it's good and cool.
A lot of people also like LawyerDog art, because it's good and cool.
That sounds fake.
I mean, it sounds like you gave out a lot of stickers.
I gave out a lot of stickers to people that were like there for Chai when I was
Oh,
talking
I
to Chai
see.
a bit.
Well, I meant in general, but...
Like, almost all of the stickers I gave out to people directly were because I was already talking to them or next to them. And not, like, random people coming out and finding me like an MFF. I'd be finding the people.
Yeah. It sounded like this MFF, you were pretty self-sufficient, pretty active on your own.
It was a fucking struggle. It was so hard.
But you did it.
I was so brave.
You were so brave. You're so brave and so powerful. And nobody can take that away from you.
So true. There was gonna be a Beyblade panel that everyone I talked to on Sunday said that they were gonna go to, but it was very tragically canceled.
Aww.
Because the person that was gonna run it couldn't do it no more.
Tragic.
So instead of going to that, I went to the zoo. Which is a fucking insane thing to call it. And a lot of people didn't get it. Because people would just say they're going to the zoo. And then they would go, oh, okay, bye. So you're not at the con anymore.
Right, because...
There was just a room called the zoo.
Yeah, because going to the zoo is like a normal tourist thing to do in towns. Like, oh, there's a zoo close by? Great. I hope you enjoy looking at the animals. It's like, no.
I mean, yes, I will look at animals, but no.
But not the way you think it is. Went there and didn't get
I
it.
was like going between the zoo and just like walking around the con and leaving my little stickers on random tables. Stocking up the boys. Leaving free gay dogs.
One of my favorite stickers that I got at MFF was just on a table somewhere, so...
It's sick. That's true sticker tech.
Yeah. Acker was confused, went to the real zoo to see the Acquarium.
So there was some catching up with Trout crew and Cult crew around that time, because all of them were at the zoo, a lot of them were at the zoo. And then one of my times, like, restocking on stickers, because I ran out of stickers, so I had to bust out my backpack and get out more stickers.
Wow.
Suddenly there were just, like, artists next to me. There was just, like, Critter Dome and Microtransact and Orf next to me. And
Hell yeah.
Microtransact fucked me up so bad, because they introduced themselves as a name that wasn't Microtransact. And I didn't understand, but they knew me. And then later they said they were Microtransact. And I got jump scared by this fact. Because they're one of my favorite artists.
Yeah?
And then they wanted to draw my little guy. It's fucked up. And I also drew Critter Dome's Critter, and Critter Dome drew a Contio. It's very good and beautiful.
I was talking to this guy for 2 hours, and then, when he finally said goodbye, I finally caught his name. Albert Einstein.
Basically. It wasn't that long before I found out.
Right.
But it was basically that. It was an Albert Einstein situation for sure. Absolutely cannot show any of the art done.
Yeah.
At this Sunday table.
There'd be some dingle-dangles.
A little bit. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Also,
have you posted that stuff on your Twitter yet?
Those 2 sketch swaps I did. Nice. There's a beautiful set of little Gug doodles that I need to post.
Ooh.
And a Maki the test pattern drew. That test pattern was at this con, and I didn't realize for a while.
It sounded like
Tess took a train from the other side of the country.
Yeah,
apparently.
So I saw postings about this in the convention Discord. And
I'd be like, 22-hour train ride, I don't know about that. And Train's like, you are little baby.
Yeah, Tess is over there going cross-country. Well, because, like, it wasn't they had to do it, but it was like, we wanted to do a cross-country train ride anyways. So this was a good excuse. But that's still crazy. That's a lot of train.
It's pretty wild.
One time a guy you hadn't seen in 3 years showed up in the lab, and he'd lost 100 pounds, completely shaved his beard, and was completely unrecognizable, and started going, "Oh hey, long time no see." Some people really just be like that. That's
basically the FurCon experience.
Yeah, the furry convention experience is just like, oh, I know this person. I know what I think is the name they go by, and I know their general aesthetic. And then just you actually come across them in person, it's just like, I had no fucking idea who I was talking to.
The FurCon experience is going, oh sorry, I have face blindness, to someone you have never seen before.
Yeah. I never used...
Oh, that's not the reason.
Yeah, I never used the face blindness reasoning. It was
I do have that a bit, so I think I have said that to someone.
Right. But I personally would not use that as a reason.
I saw a tweet going around, someone saying that.
I mean, I imagine that kind of interaction is generally acceptable, but can also come across as, enjoy your meal, thanks, you too. Of just like, fuck, why did I say that? Like, I doubt the other person is going to be offended. But it... like, in the social QTE...
I'm gonna be offended on their behalf.
Yeah, that was a whiffed button press.
These QTEs are hard.
Well, you didn't go to Fogo de Chao, so you didn't have to worry about meat QTEs this time
I saved
around.
a few $1,000s by not going to Fogo de Chao. Saved a few heart attacks from not having to deal with splitting the bill at Fogo de Chao.
Yeah.
Which is always a fucking nightmare.
Trying to split a bill in general is always kind of awkward. That's usually like most instances wherein you are splitting the bill is because you are going to dinner with like 3 or 4 of your friends, and it's like, okay, so how are we splitting this? And usually you will end up with like one person that goes, hey, I'll put it on mine and then you pay me back, and great. But then you have 10 people at a table with like varying amounts of money paid, and some of those people you're not particularly close with, so you're not like, maybe you don't want to rely on, yeah, just pay me back.
Yeah, that's gone bad a couple times.
Yeah. There was only one time that I can recall it being like very blatantly a trust issue.
Yeah.
But aside from that, it's just awkward.
Yeah. And that's worse.
Yeah.
What could be worse than an awkward situation for a little bit? My brain says nothing.
Awkward situation can be pretty fucking rough, especially if it's like, I've never met these people before. This is the first time that I am meeting these people, and then...
I'd love to give a bad first impression.
Yeah.
That's my favorite pastime. So many people I know hated me when they first met me.
Well, you are a fair bit different these days, just in general, but...
I guess I've grown and changed as a person or whatever.
You have changed as a person, but also... For people who met you, like, through IRC and shit, and just didn't get what you're about... I kinda get it, like, not in the sense of just like, I could see how people would dislike you. I could see how people would get a weird first impression of from how you used to talk. That's... I can't imagine anyone getting that kind of impression anymore.
I feel like for the time I was not problematic, but people read me so extremely the worst way from how I talked.
I think part of it was your proximity to Seal. And Seal just being pretty aggressive with the way he talks sometimes. Could definitely...
Seems like the same deal, but even more so.
Yeah. Of just like, I don't know how serious you are being, because if you are being serious, that sucks. But you were not being serious.
Sometimes I'd be like continuing a bit with someone that they started like a week ago and they forgot they were doing a bit. And I was over there doubling down on their own bit, and they got fucking mad and confused at me and would tell mods on me because I was continuing their bit.
Yeah.
I just wanted to play with you in the space.
But you left the space, and then saw me in the space and
forgot
got
about
mad.
the space. Remember space?
Space was so great a couple of days ago. I think the first thing you ever did in the community was argue with LawyerDog about something stupid. Yeah,
Probably.
That's believable. It was a particular energy at the time.
That was a good 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
A little bit of time has passed. Some might say.
Just an easy breezy decade and a half.
2009 was 40 years ago. Do you feel old yet? You get the senior discount if you remember 2000s.
Wow, you checked my ID quick. Oh yeah, I saw 19 at the start. Oh.
It still fucks me up to see like 2000 as a date in someone's profile, and I think, oh, you're too young for my art. And I have to go, oh, you're not actually.
Oh
I'm
no. 2003.
still banning
you
you
can
on
buy
principle.
booze. Oh no.
Just
You have
blocking
2000
everyone
in your date of birth. I'm banning you just because I don't want to think about it anymore.
2001, you're okay. Never forget. Never forget the Space Odyssey.
Meanwhile, we have this literal, actual child Acker over here. So young, so full of life.
I thought Acker was like a vampire and hundreds of years old.
He doesn't watch that much anime.
How else could someone watch that much anime, though, Hat?
It's true.
Only explanation.
You have to be at least 30 years old in order to have watched all of One Piece. Because that's how long it takes.
Damn, Ass found a real-ass vampire.
They carded a 90-year-old woman. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's policy. Oh, that's all right, Sonny. Don't worry about me. It's nice to feel young. Good lord.
I found like fucking 600 cool new artists at A&E. I followed like 20 new people while
Hell
I was at
yeah.
A&E. My dream of following 666 people is so over. I'm at like 700 now. It's
Yeah, no,
ridiculous.
that...
People gotta stop making cool art so I can have a funny number.
See, that's the problem with, like, becoming a person that people know, is that, by extension, you will come to know more people. Knowledge, like... Hey, have you met blank? Not yet. Oh, they do really cool art. Oh, cool. Oh, I now know another person. I am now obligated to follow a new person because...
People looking through my Twitter live in front of me on their phone fucks me up so bad.
Yeah, that's a weird vibe.
I appreciate that you're liking my art here in real time, but also I'm dying. It's
Well-
cool, but I am dead.
Well, I mean, that's also partly due to you just not grokking fucking looking at porno in a place where other people are.
People just be doing that. They're so ready to go.
It is very rare that I will turn off image previews. If you're looking over my shoulder and you see a dick, that's your problem.
I'll sneak peeks at not safe for work things for references where you can like barely see the bits. People
I mean,
just be going hog wild.
I'm not gonna go hog wild. I'm not gonna be, you know, like, just in a crowd of people looking at that stuff. But just, like, if I'm, you know, I'm not going to not look at it at all. I'm just gonna, like,
That's
try
not
and...
acceptable.
I'm just gonna try and keep it to myself. And usually, if I'm in a place where other people are, I'm not looking at things on... I'm not looking at places on my phone wherein I am liable to see a lot of not safe for work content. But just, like, I'm scrolling through a couple of random servers, and it's just like, oh, this person just posted this in a channel they probably shouldn't have. Okay. There is only so much ownership I will take over looking at indecent content in public.
There were a few times of people like looking at a lot of porno and then later going, "Oh shit, under 18 check."
And then there was that one person at the party with their phone. LawyerDog was not present, but second-hand story we got.
Oh right.
Someone at a party and just like they wrote head with a question mark on their phone and just slowly showed that off to other people at the party.
Fucking rise and grind, baby.
It's,
You gotta hustle.
some people really got that hustle in them and looking to get something else in them. And respect, I guess. The girls in your high school chess club spent half the state competition looking at porn on 4chan and trying to show it to people. Damn.
Damn. That's cool as fuck.
That just makes me think of Beavis and Butthead. Like, that's in my brain, that's just a Beavis and Butthead moment of just, like, bullying the nerd to look up boobs on the school computer.
How does this thing get this dirty? What the fuck?
I don't know, man. Someone went hog wild on this fountain. But now I'm thinking, too, a story my mom told me about how her and one of her best friends at the time would go to the public library because that was where the internet was. And they would look up penis on the public library computers. And then when the search result yielded fruit, they would go, ah! Oh my god, it's really there! This is like, wow. Times sure were different, huh?
No, they're the same. I do that. That's me in 2024, baby.
Slightly different intonation, but like
No,
similar
it's the
vibe. If you never used a rotary phone, you're too young. We used to have a rotary phone in our house, but it was definitely like way past the time to have a rotary phone that actually worked and was used. I don't remember how I learned how to use a rotary phone, but one time I was gonna call my friend and see if he wanted to hang out, and my dad was just like, oh yeah, you want to impress me? Call him on this. And he showed me the rotary phone, and I was like, okay. And then I did, and he was like, how do you know how to use this? And I'm like, I don't remember.
It's somewhat straightforward, I feel.
Yeah, it's not that complicated.
It's weird, but if you think about it, there's only so many ways you can interact with it.
Right. Because you stick your finger in and it's not a button. And if you wiggle it, then the phone goes... The little disc wiggles, and it's like, okay.
And also you will just see media content made in previous years.
Yeah.
Showing rotary phones. Especially because it's a way funner way to show dialing a phone.
Yeah. There's so much more anticipation as opposed to just pressing buttons. Imagining dropping by the doghouse and hearing the ah! from his room.
We didn't have a rotary phone, but we were ahead of the game on technology. We were getting internet and shit.
I mean, you also had a well.
We had a well. The well ruled. Except when the power went out and we couldn't get water anymore. That ruled less.
Yeah. Losing
okay,
power,
though.
bad. Losing power and water, quite bad.
I mean, you just fill up the tub with snow and let it melt.
Probably shouldn't have done that.
What do you mean?
Snow is not good for you.
What? Fine, I'll drink from the garden hose.
I mean, fresh snow is bad for you. Rain is bad for you.
We need some fucking water. What do you want from me?
there's
couldn't use
bad
your
stuff in
well.
the sky.
You want me to not drink any water?
I mean,
we weren't drinking the water. We were using it for other things.
Yeah. It's much more understandable.
Because you just gotta, like, dump a bunch of snow in your toilet so it can flush again.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, gamers.
I mean, I've lived in hurricane zone. I know the importance of stocking up on resources due to storm.
I love eating bread by candlelight.
Yeah. MREs are crazy and don't taste very good.
I don't think I've ever had an MRE.
Yeah, one of the hurricanes that I lived through was go to the FEMA camp and pick up some MREs kind of situation.
Boy, howdy.
The technology for MREs is crazy. Just like you just need a little bit of water and then the thing cooks the food. Like the bag cooks the food. I just didn't get it as a kid, but looking back on it, it's just like, damn. That's cool.
Damn, that's like that Cowboy Bebop shit.
Yeah. Pressure cook some ramen. But yeah, so Sunday Sunday was just like hanging out, going to the zoo and so on.
Yeah, like the entire evening was hanging out with artists, pretty much, I think.
Hell yeah.
Doing some sketch swaps.
How was the trip back?
It was, well, we got to wake up real early on Monday to catch a flight back. It was going to be all cool and stuff. We got there nice and early. We were going to catch our flight, no problem. And our flight time comes, and it's not boarding. And it's 15 minutes past our boarding time. It's not boarding. They're not even bothering to delay it. And then the flight is canceled.
Yeah.
And then we do get rescheduled to a flight that same day, 12 hours later. Or 10 hours later, something like that. It was a lot of hours later.
Yeah, like, flight getting canceled pretty bad. But then, like, being rescheduled to that long later is fucking rough.
Oh yeah, we took a cab because the Silver Line doesn't run that early.
Right. You couldn't even take public transit to get to the airport because you were up so fucking early. And in service of getting to hang out at the airport all day.
Yeah.
And
I
then
believe that was like the best flight option by far, even with the awkwardness of getting there that early, because it was non-stop.
Right.
And it meant we wouldn't have to get another night of hotel.
Mm-hmm.
But we did
then
have like 3 hours of sleep, maybe.
Yeah.
I think I had 2.
Yeah, everyone
I
was
woke up
either just
early.
sleeping poorly in general or slept poorly because of having to get up very early.
We were in that airport a long time, Hat.
Yeah,
We
and
were
then
pretty close to eating Acker.
you wouldn't. Why not Burke? You would get twice the meals out of Burke or Colt or even you.
I was on a snack. I was bored.
You are getting
We
the
didn't eat the
least meat.
sustenance. We were just bored, so we wanted to bust into them bones.
Oh, okay. If it wasn't a practicality thing, then Acker is much more understandable. Oh my god!
They said Acker was too big for a carry-on.
Aw,
So we had
bummer.
to eat it before getting on the plane.
Acker cannot fit under the seat in front of you. But only just barely.
Only just barely.
He kept saying baffling things. I was gonna go fucking nuts. Yeah, that sounds like hanging out with Acker. Just in general.
Acker said some shit.
We'll be playing Magic the Gathering, and Acker will make a bad decision, and he'll just go, "Ah, penis." Okay.
We got to hang out with the Trout crew a bit more at the airport.
Nice.
We got to get brain poisoned and be on the kid named Finger train. Yo, kid named Finger hit different when you're sleep deprived.
Is there any way you could relay this bit in a way that would be at all funny to someone who isn't completely sleep deprived?
God, no. Probably not. Maybe
Hell
one of
yeah.
them that I don't entirely remember. And that would need the context, and it's gone from my brain. I don't have sleep to preserve that memory.
But yeah,
But also I thought, man, that one was kind of a banger, though, while I was sleep deprived, so maybe I was wrong. Because there was one of them where there's like an actual inkling of a joke in there, like there was a bit of a pun.
Whoa.
And
Actual
not just
joke?
saying words.
I kind of assume that's just what being high is like. Is, like, functionally the same as being sleep deprived.
The world may never know.
Alright, Colt might remember the context. Oh, I'm gonna beat you up.
Oh, do
Kid
you mean just like
named
the
you.
meme
Oh,
in
no.
general? That's like instance one of the meme that we've been past for like over a year now or something, so it's just complete nonsense now. You just say kid named and then a word that was in their sentence. That's what it's gotten to at this point. Like, ostensibly, it's supposed to be what the thing they called said.
Right. So at the time, you were just so far beyond that context.
You know, like, kid named Finger is the thing Nowcat said. Is approximately that.
Right.
Because kid named Finger is already the joke fucked up to hell.
Yeah. It's based off of a fucking Animaniacs bit.
Hell yeah.
I don't think so. So, in addition to flight being cancelled, there was also the concern about actually getting from where your flight was going back home.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about kid named Finger. I remembered one of them.
Okay.
There was actually, like, sort of coherent.
Oh?
Because there was like a lot of talk about Pokemon, and then at some point, someone said a sentence that had "catch them" in it, and I said "kid named Ketchum."
Great.
That's almost a coherent thought.
That's almost a real joke.
What did you say?
I was saying, like, even after you finally managed to get on plane and get to where you were going, there was still the concern about how you were going to get back home.
Oh yeah, St. Louis was just ice. It was just solid ice over there.
Fucking Frostpunk City over there.
But the roads to our beautiful home were clear enough for Colt to brave the elements and drive us home instead of us needing a hotel in St. Louis.
Thank
All
you
right,
again.
the flight back was fine. I alternated between I'm vibing and I'm gonna fucking die. Which is a worse low than the first flight, but overall I would rate it better.
I mean, I have some flights like that where I am alternating between this is fine and I want to be anywhere but here.
Because the flight was fucking loud as hell again. I think flights that aren't loud are fake. I think people are making it up and trying to gaslight me.
Southwest just got loud planes, apparently.
I guess, maybe. I think maybe y'all just ruin your hearing, every one of you. Every one of y'all bitches on this earth.
I feel like my hearing is alright. I was on a plane where they were trying to de-ice the plane, but everything was freezing up before they got all the way around in a circle, so they had to start over, and they went around 3 times before calling in a second truck.
Y'all motherfuckers be hearing shit like the adults in Peanuts and be like, oh, this is fine. This is how you hear people speak and can communicate with them.
I probably got the gist of that. I knew a lot of people like that in middle school, but that was because they would listen to heavy metal as loud as their iPod would possibly go.
There are some times at the con where I just gave up and gave a thumbs up.
I feel like that is the typical, like, language barrier response of just like, I have now lost you, but I probably agree with your vibes.
And they'll never know which thumbs up was the one where I couldn't hear them because I did it like 1,000 times. I gave like 1,000 thumbs up that con.
You gotta keep them guessing. Have to cover your ears a lot because your hearing is too good and normal things are too loud. Yeah, my hearing is not that sensitive, but I feel like I am generally okay at hearing things. But part of that might just be because I listen to... like, my default of, like, having audio on a thing I am watching or playing or whatever is I usually have speakers.
My problem is that I cannot really block things out, so I hear everything, but I hear everything.
Right. Your hearing is too good. All these having extra sensitive senses. I'm glad it is not an issue I suffer from.
Did catch sight of some furries on the plane and in the airport in general. But
Was
I'm
anyone
not
wearing a
brave enough
fursuit
boy.
on the plane?
No.
Whack.
I'm not a brave enough boy to go up to incognito, not badged up furries. Especially when they have, like, connecting flights to catch.
Right.
But there was someone I could have said howdy to, potentially. If I was the bravest boy.
It's understandable to not be the bravest boy at the airport. Can't believe Phoenix Wright coined the phrase based. I don't know if I believe you.
If you do that, Badrick, I'll get so scared and I will appreciate it.
Jump scared by Steam notification. Lago stopped playing a video game.
That's an important notification.
We have library share, so it decides that it's really important that I know.
People with Steam notifications on are why I try to always go offline all the time, and then it like breaks games.
Yeah, I am usually either invisible or offline, but the library share gets through that.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Every
I
time
should be able to turn off my Steam notifications for other people. I should just be able to like go into someone's profile and turn off notifications of all kinds for them. They shouldn't be allowed to have them if I decide they shouldn't. I think I should be the arbiter of who gets notifications.
Do you have some Skyrim modding to do?
I just don't want people to know I'm playing a video game.
It's so embarrassing.
I just don't want to give a notification to people for something that's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just playing a video game.
You can be playing a serious, quiet plot moment in a game, and then the game gives you an achievement. Yeah.
People should not be more notified of my video game playing than my art posting, in my onion. My humble onion.
I think Steam should give me a notification when you post.
I should just do a non-Steam game of Psy.
Oh, yeah.
That way I can get people saying, hey, what you drawing? I'm drawing a ding-dong. I can tell
What?
them, hey, I'm drawing a ding-dong.
What? How would people know otherwise? What? Yeah, Steam notifications are weird. It's just a weird thing.
I think no one should be notified of anything anymore. Let's go back to snail mail, where we just mail each other snails and try to figure out the message based on that.
Tutorial posting.
Oh god, what does Epic do for notifications? What fucked up thing are they on?
I don't know.
Does Epic have a shopping cart yet?
I think Epic has a shopping cart now.
Oh shit.
I don't know how well it works, but I think it is technically a feature.
It's so funny that they went years without a shopping cart.
They went an obscene amount of time not having a shopping cart in their storefront.
It's such a crazy thing to do.
Like, people got that figured out. Like, stores will let you put things in a cart. That's just how shopping on the internet works. That's just how it works.
I can't even fucking remember the last time that was like a thing on a site. Because I think you had like a shopping cart when buying games from Spiderweb in the early 2000s.
Yeah, probably. I think they just forgot. I think they just didn't think it was important, which is why they never actually got any amount of market share off of Steam. They only started getting market share after just giving away a fuckload of free games, and even then, I don't know how many people actually use Epic for anything other than launching those free games.
Epic sucks so much to use that people would see free games and go, I'll get it on Steam.
I would rather pay $15 to get this video game than have to open this video game with Epic. And there's been a couple of games off of the Xbox app which is how you get Game Pass games. There's been a couple of games that work so badly on Game Pass that I'm just like, I think I will probably just buy this game on Steam rather than continue to play it this way.
I have like 2 or 3 games on Epic, I think, one of them being Hades, because that was the only way you could get Hades at first.
For like a year, wasn't it?
Yeah, for a lot of the super early access period before Hades was a good game.
Yeah.
It was a weird, fucked up game.
It was
still
fine.
Fun. It was absolutely not the kind of game that would like win Game of the Year awards.
No, absolutely not.
They changed that game a lot and added all of the like flavor and character later on, basically.
Yeah. Early on, it was like just like doing a run of the core gameplay with like, and not having a lot of the mechanics that people like about that game. It was very bare bones early on.
It was also way harder.
Oh yeah.
Hades is a baby game now.
But yeah, when did Hades originally get announced for the Epic Store? It was like at one of the Game Awards or something?
Yeah, and it was there like that night.
Yeah, it was like, hey, Supergiant Games has a new game, and you can get it only on the Epic Store right now. And so me and LawyerDog immediately went onto LawyerDog's computer and was just like, yeah, let's check it out. And it was cool. Not cool enough to keep playing. I'm definitely glad that I did not like play it a bunch and get sick of it before it became a good game.
Yeah, it was very clear. It was like, this is going to be a good game. We should wait to play more.
Yeah.
Until it's done. They also like made the controls way better, I think.
Maybe.
I think it felt way worse to control back then too. But it felt fine at the time, and then playing the full game, I was like, oh, this feels really good, actually.
Yeah. They definitely improved that game a gigantic amount. A super gigantic amount, even.
It wasn't. 2 might be pretty sick.
I keep forgetting that's a thing, because it's just... They were like, hey, we're making Hades 2. Great! Anything else you want to tell us? Nope. I'm looking forward to it, and, you know, don't want to rush them, but... I think part of it might be they didn't want to do a Silk song of, like, teasing people and just riling them up about how upcoming the game is. They're just like...
Well, Silk Song's coming out tomorrow, though.
We have confirmed that we are making it, and that's all you're getting. It's like the fucking Elsewhere announcement. Or not Elsewhere. Not Elsewhere. Fucking Hammerfall? Wherever Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be. It was just like, Elder Scrolls 6.
Like, where it's going to be? I thought they just showed Elder Scrolls 6, and that was it.
It might have been. But the point is just like, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to exist, and that's it.
Elsewhere is Furryland, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think they would do
That would be too cool.
That would be way too cool. Part of it is they would have to rig and animate the different kinds of Khajiit, and that is not something the main studio is going to do.
The different kind of Khajiit is some fucked up bullshit they got going on.
So yeah, that humanoid
Why is
Khajiit,
one of them just a cat?
Yeah, no, it's just like, hey, this cat man can bone down with this sentient, like, human intelligence level house cat, and they will make something in between, maybe?
They're pushing Elsewhere further down the line so they can deal with the discourse in the year 2030 instead.
Yeah. Any Khajiit that isn't Ohm's-Rot, I think, is the the variety that is used in like all of the mainline games. They just don't want to
like,
deal
when
with
they're
that in the
born.
mainline games.
They also like fuck a tree or whatever.
Oh, right, it depends on when the child is born. That determines what they come out as. Argonians fuck the trees, I think.
Fucking a tree is like a time-honored tradition. Usually because a trickster god was fucking with it, not just because you want to fuck a tree.
Yeah, usually you don't evolve to want to fuck the trees, and that just be part of your whole thing now.
Usually you get like Coyote in there being like, yo, this tree got a pretty dick-looking branch, what if you went on it? And then they're like, well, sounds good actually.
I mean, there's the Daedric gods, and there's the Nine Divines. There's gods that could be getting up to that kind of nonsense in Elder Scrolls if they need to. If they
Good for
need to
them.
explain something, they could just say it's that way because of God.
Trickster gods are so cool. I love how they pretend to be a tree and get their dick out.
Trickster gods are like one of the best excuses for anything. Because just a regular god being an excuse for something is just like, okay, fine. It's just that way because of God. But a trickster god is just like, oh, why is thing like this? Oh, it's because this one time he wanted to prank this guy. And he pranked him so good that it's just that way forever now. Later, Neo.
Rest in peepus.
Sheogorath told the meteor above Vardenfell to fall on it. Just talk to it. Yeah. For player characters. I mean, for player characters, like, even if you set the game in elsewhere, you probably don't let the player character be anything other than the Ohm's-Rot. But
Make it so you can only be the cat.
yeah, just only be a house cat. There's actually, like, 2 different varieties of the house cat Khajiit. There's, like, one that is slightly, like, spindlier and weirder looking.
There's one where it's just a fucking house cat, and there's one where it's weird.
Yeah. There's, like, house cat, and then weird cat, and then, like, then you start getting into the weird hunchback cats. And then you get into the humanoid shapes, and then once you go past the humanoid shapes, you get fucking, like, weirdo beef tank battle tigers.
The Seabat is never. I got enough Seabat at MFF.
Yeah. Seabat is like an annual event. Seabat is not something you want on the regular.
I don't know about
sky.
yearly.
They use seals.
I could go without Seabat.
I apparently
Now
had
Spicy
heard...
Wings Tricycle. Now you're talking.
Yeah! When you're happy, you enjoy the music. When you're sad, you understand the lyrics.
Have you heard their new song about fucking a pumpkin?
No, I need to catch up on my hidden tricycle.
I think they released it like for the new year, the traditional
Oh.
pumpkin time.
That's when pumpkins are. The new year.
Yeah.
Shit, I was right. I had heard Seabat long before the Reddit story caused it to pop off, because Seabat was used in an episode of Workaholics, which was a show that I used to watch. And it was used to, like... The song was used to depict how fucked up a house party got, and, like, the aftermath of this fucked up house party. And that song really works in that context. Workaholics. There was one episode of Workaholics where, like, a bunch of the episode is about one of the main characters getting a hat that says Top Gun on it. There was a really good reaction image that came out of that episode. Of just a dude making a weird face, wearing a hat that says Top Gun.
When's Bottom Gun?
I mean, there were bottom guns in that movie, for sure. Did you see those dudes playing volleyball?
I didn't. I've never seen Top Gun.
I've never seen Top Gun the whole way through. Much like many of the movies where I have probably seen the entire movie in bits and pieces, non-sequentially. There's too many Top Guns in the fandom.
So true.
Hat's more interested in Bottom Gun. Being Bottom Gun, alright? There's too many bottoms in the fandom.
Take a closer look at that scene.
Hell yeah. We've gotten to the point where LawyerDog no longer has story to tell, so now he's just fucking with sliders. There's an episode of Workaholics where there was a big fight trying to get the latest Call of Duty. That makes sense. That sounds like that show. It felt like you were watching a video game webcomic bit come to life. Yeah. So, LawyerDog, are you excited for the new Magic set?
Maybe.
There's Scooby-Doo in the new Magic set.
There's Columbo.
Yeah, there's Columbo. Ghost Columbo.
Scooby-Doo kind of sucks. I'm gonna say it. Most Scooby-Doo sucks.
What, like Scooby-Doo media?
Yeah.
Damn.
Have you watched Scooby-Doo media?
Not recently.
Most of it's not good. And then you get to, like, the Scrappy-Doo stuff, which goes beyond not very good.
Oh yeah, no, Scrappy-Doo is terrible. I mean, they... One of the live-action movies, Scrappy-Doo is the villain because everyone hates him so much.
The live-action movies, I think, are probably some of the better ones.
The live-action movies were pretty good.
But all of the movies, they fuck up so bad by making it... Well, maybe they do it right because they make it not Scooby-Doo. They make it all magic and real.
Yeah.
The entire conceit of Scooby-Doo is the opposite for the movies.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, in, like, the live-action movies and the cartoon movies. Because one of the movies, the one where they go to Monster
in one of the
Island...
movies, they make John Cena real.
I've actually kind of wanted to watch the Scooby-Doo movie that had John Cena in it. It seemed really dumb in a fun way.
It probably is.
I really appreciate the concept of putting John Cena in, like, things where it is ostensibly serious, but obviously not serious. Like the Fast and Furious movies.
You know, we should watch a good movie. We could watch John Wick 4.
Look,
we have to watch Scooby-Doo.
I'm not gonna... If I'm gonna watch Scooby-Doo, I'm gonna do it while I'm playing a video game. I'm not... Watching John Wick...
You will not. You give Scooby-Doo your entire attention.
I will not! If I'm watching John Wick is the thing that I am doing at that moment. I am
I'm
not
gonna be a
multitasking
Scooby-Doo
John
defender
Wick.
here now. I think Scooby-Doo is good, and you have to pay full attention to Scooby-Doo. I've changed my mind. I'm on the other side now. I'm on the side of Scooby-Doo.
I've thought about getting Naruto going as a second monitor piece of media while I'm playing other video games.
I feel like I had the peak experience of watching Naruto, because I just watched until the Rock Lee thing, and then I stopped.
I mean, yeah, that's probably correct. I only watch Scooby-Doo when the Globetrotters are guesting, so like half the show. Yeah, it's great.
I mean, that's pretty cool. The Globetrotters are pretty cool.
The Globetrotters are great. Batman shows up in a couple of episodes.
Some of the Globetrotter New Bloods are fucking nuts.
Oh,
They do
yeah.
some crazy shit.
You thought people were good at fucking around with basketballs before. We got decades of basketball evolution to work with.
There's a clip of one of them like going up to the Globetrotters and being like, "Whoa, look at what I can do," and they're like, "Yeah, I guess." And then they actually do the thing, and they're like, "Whoa, fuck, hold on."
Oh wait, he did it.
Hold on here. Hold on, he actually did a thing.
And then
this
they
kid
just
real actually.
they just materialize a fucking jersey on the person.
Basically.
The Globetrotters were on the episode of Futurama where they solved a real mathematical theorem.
They sure did.
I feel like there's not enough appreciation for the Globetrotters just in general.
Yeah. In this stream, we love Scooby-Doo and the Globetrotters.
Hell yeah.
Well, I do. Hat's a Scooby-Doo hater. From day one, he's a hater, and I'm a lover of Scooberts.
I'm sorry, Scoobert. Hey, I mained Shaggy in Multiverses.
Fucking rip. Rip to Multiverses.
Rip to a fake one? Was it ever truly real?
It never felt very real.
No. It was fun. It played like a real video game, when it didn't feel like a real video game.
LeBron James is the coolest projectile character to ever be in a platform fighter. By far. He's way cooler than Falco. I'm sorry, Falco players, you're not cool when you're on ranked.
The only cool projectile players were LeBron James players.
So true. He had a fucking basketball, dude.
Yeah.
You heard about this guy?
People talking about sports stats because of a Tumblr post that went around about Wayne Gretzky. Is just like, oh, Michael Jordan was pretty crazy. And like Michael Jordan, one of the things that made Michael Jordan crazy was just like, oh, he just went and played another sport and did well in that other sport too. And that's pretty wild. But the fucking cricket episode of Monster Factory has just fucked up my perspective of what sports stats are, because I heard about Don Bradman.
Don Bradman's stats were so funny.
Career batting averages in cricket lies somewhere between like 40 and 50% for professional players, which is to say, like, they will hit the ball 40 to 50% of the time. And then you get up to, like, I think the top 7 players all had career batting... The top 7 cricket players of all time had career batting averages of 60% or higher. Nobody had, like, a stat of, like, 70-something%. Second place of career batting average all time, like, for any cricket players, was 67%, I think. Don Bradman's career batting average was 99.94.
Yeah.
0.6% of the time Don Bradman misses. It's fucking crazy. He is the most built different sportsman in any sport.
It's so funny in the Monster Factory episode because they see that as a stat and they go like, well, I guess it's just way different in cricket. I guess that's just like not a crazy batting average, I guess. And then they look at it and like, oh no, it's actually crazy. This guy's fucked up, actually.
It's so wild.
Cricket ain't built different. This guy built different.
Yeah. No, it's... Don Bradman is just...
It's comical.
It is truly hilarious, the extent to which Don Bradman was better than anyone else. I think the only reason he doesn't have the highest amount of points is because he only played for like 10 years, and the person who has more points than him played for like several more years than that. Or something along those lines. The entire sport changed because of Don Bradman. They had to develop new strategies to beat Don Bradman.
Don Bradman could have just like intentionally thrown a third of the time and still been well ahead the best.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny thinking about Don Bradman. Oh, okay, that's an upper basin wall. I couldn't tell what object was an upper basin wall. Oh.
Oh.
I did it!
Job complete. Congratulations. You win a quarter.
Look at that. Now we get the time lapse.
Damn, this guy cleaning? Whoa.
Look at how clean that shit is. Man. Oh, you lost your frame rate again.
I don't need frame rate.
You were doing a
needs
time
it?
lapse of moving back and forth rapidly. Man. So yeah, I think that we might be done here. I could talk about Don Bradman some more, but I should maybe let LawyerDog get to bed.
You got any other A&E questions? Any furry questions?
Um,
All right, on Sunday at the dealer's den, I went and said hi to a bunch of people that were at the big old party thing. Got to catch up with them a little bit more. That was cool.
Nice.
Who's the best furry? What a fucked up question.
Currently, it's the cat with a fat ass and a top hat by Pajama McCam.
It's Don Bradman.
Don Bradman was so the best at cricket that it spilled over into something else.
Yeah, into his cricket persona.
You can call me Jiminy, my man, because I have become cricket.
It all comes back to Pinocchio.
What's your persona? A maned wolf, despite my subconscious's best efforts to make it a cat. I'm too invested in Kocha nowadays. I can't change my mind. But it's fine. I've got a backup persona just in case.
It's wild that you've just been a maned wolf.
I don't remember. I think... Was the
You
inciting
like
incident in me just going fucking crazy on cats? Was that... Oh, that... It was either... I think it might have been that one character in Hunter x Hunter saying, meow, I get it. I think that might have been the moment.
I mean, you've always been a bit of a cat.
Oh, I've always been a cat man, for sure. My original persona, like back when I was like 14, was a cat. He was a white tiger with cool silver hair.
But then you were a fox. Purple
No,
fox.
the fox was never my persona. It was a character.
Yeah, Conti was just my character too.
I think there are two pieces of art of that character, and you drew one of them.
Yeah, I drew your persona.
I was already a Leferin long after Noi had gone to the hell dimension.
The hell dimension. Damn.
But oh my god. What are these sliders you've got?
I'm sliding, baby.
You've become comical
sliding
conical.
off. I work out at the library.
Oh my god. Look. The persona progression was the white tiger, and then the Leferin, and then the Fuzzbold, and then Kocha with Katcha as backup plan. There were a couple of concepts that got tossed around and considered. There was a Lynx hat there for a bit. There was a Knoll hat there for a bit. But I think Leferin and Fuzzbold remained the primary until the Kocha era. Slinko was a dragon?
That's
What?
crazy.
I would never believe that. Completely unbelievable. Cult being a red Yoshi, believable. Vor vibes.
Whoa, just like Omsub.
Just like Amsa. Vor vibes.
Yeah. I mean, Omsub be eating people. On
It's
God,
true.
for real.
He's good at it. I'm dying. You should have a couple 100 years on that, Mr. Dragon. Got him.
Yo, they got dragons at FurCons. Like, you could go to one.
Yeah, you could go to a furry convention and buy
They
dragon
got
merch.
real dragons.
I feel like there is a higher concentration of dragon merch than any other kind of merch at furry conventions. I almost chose dragon before going, that's too predator vibes. I'm going rabbit instead. That that is so very cult. That makes so much
the
sense.
stereotype. You could be a dragon and get eaten. You ever think of that? You ever think about that, mister?
That's... They didn't know better at the time.
Monsieur? Garçon?
Onceler? What?
I said garçon.
Oh. I thought we were going to bring up the debate on whether the Lorax is a furry.
That's not a debate, it just is.
He is furry. The question is whether the letter A fits in between them.
I think the Onceler's a furry.
Onceler is a furry. So, he developed a furry accessory. The Lorax is a closed species.
Are the Who's furry?
I don't know what the fuck a who is. They're just creatures.
The Who's are furry, but the Grink is not. That's my stance. The Grink is in a mascot costume. The Who's are real furries.
Just Jim Carrey in a mascot costume.
Yeah. I think it's canonically Jim Carrey.
Yeah. I was gonna say his heart really did that, but his face really did that.
So fucked up.
It's so fucked up how Jim Carrey's face can just do that. I still need to see the second Sonic movie and see if he does some weird fucked up face things as Dr. Robotnik.
It's so fucked up that he did that to that mom and child combo, being like, whoa, the special effects were so good on your face, and then he just does it.
Yeah, no, he can just...
He just hits them with it.
His face is just like that.
He's just got bonus in there.
Is Robotnik a furry? I think Robotnik is not a furry.
If he's not a furry, why is he so obsessed with Sonic?
You can be obsessed with animals and not be a furry.
Sonic's not an animal. You can't just call Sonic an animal.
I can and will.
He's a person.
Put some pants on that beast.
Sonic wears pants, doesn't he?
No.
Have you looked at Sonic lately? I bet he probably wears pants nowadays.
I was going through my closet to just like clear out some space.
Sonic is in there?
Yes. Hang on.
You find one of those OG Sonics before they started putting pants on them?
So, when did I get this? It would have had to be... I went to a GameStop, and I purchased a game. And they gave me a bag of stuff. And inside the bag of stuff was, like...
You bought a game and they gave you a bag of stuff?
Yeah.
What? What do you mean?
So, in addition to the game, they also gave me stuff.
Do that, Hatch. No, they don't do that. That's not a thing.
So, I think it may have been because I renewed my... God, what was the fucking magazine? Not Nintendo Power. This was after Nintendo Power. Game Informer. Yes. I renewed my Game Informer subscription, and I think they may have given me some stuff because I renewed my Game Informer subscription. And
that's bullshit, but I believe it.
I don't remember all of the things that were in the bag, but one of the things was a Los Santos Customs trucker hat, which was like Grand Theft Auto 5 thing. And they gave me a Sonic Boom Sonic figurine. And so I have a little Sonic Boom Sonic on my shelf now. And he's got like those weird socks that like... Were they socks or were they bandages? But like they go over his shoes?
They're bandages. He hurt his shoes.
He hurt his shoes, yeah. Because they go over the shoes!
For traction. People do that.
But yeah, I've got a little Sonic figurine from Sonic Boom, and this figurine, he's wearing a neckerchief. He is not wearing pants.
So
Sonic
you're
sounds...
saying neckerchief is not pants?
I'm saying neckerchief is not pants.
Oh, that's the confusion. Neckerchief is pants.
It can extend to shirt. It's not pants. This Sonic sounds disgusting. It's a
It
fine
covers your
Sonic
neck
design,
or your
really. Like,
chief. Neckerchief.
their limbs are too long. A little bit.
Yeah. They don't look right.
They don't look quite right, but it's not awful. Necro Chief. Yeah, Master Chief died, and they brought him back.
Yeah. Halo go crazy. Oh, wait, Slick actually knows what Halo is. We can't lie to him about Halo.
I don't think Slinko has played 5 or 6. Slinko may have played 4. I don't think he's played 5 or 6.
Oh, it happens in 5 then, Slinko. You got some Necro Chief coming up.
Yeah. I've been thinking about trying to wrangle some people together to do Halo co-op. I don't remember if the Master Chief Collection adds 4-player co-op, or if one is 2-player and then the rest are 4.
More like Galo.
The Halo games are fun to co-op. We should co-op Cursed Halo 1. Cursed Halo 1 probably does have extra player co-op, yeah. But I remember when Halo 3 came out, I had all of my friends over, and at the time, or at around this time, my family had been trying to start a audiovisual service business where, like, we would go set up like a projector and a slideshow at your wedding, or we would bring an Xbox over to your birthday party and stuff like that. But as a result, we had some Xbox 360s that were business expenses, and we had a projector, and we had a projector screen, and so we went out at midnight to GameStop and got Halo, and I think we also got some pizzas, and we got some soda, and we played Halo multiplayer until like 5 in the morning. I do miss going to midnight video game launch events. I got a free mouse pad for going to the World of Warcraft Cataclysm launch event at midnight.
Well, that's why you gotta go to a FurCon, because LineCon is that.
Yeah, you go through the line, and then it's midnight, and then they give you a World of Warcraft mouse pad.
Yeah. I mean, they do that if you're a sponsor.
Oh shit, you're right. I should spend another $75 to get a mouse pad.
Oh, do you need any World of Warcraft trial periods? I found a few.
I heard that Dragonflight was alright.
I don't think you could still use these. These are from like a decade ago, actually. These are from the Heart of the Swarm release.
Wow.
They were in my boxed copy of it.
I mean, World of Warcraft just doesn't do trials anymore. You could just play the game for free up to a certain point.
Damn, that's fucked up.
It's just like Final Fantasy XIV with the free trial up until the critically acclaimed Stormblood expansion now?
Next, you're gonna tell me AOL doesn't do trials anymore.
World of Warcraft has Scalies now. Yeah, but the Scalies... Can't the Scalies only be just one class? Isn't it just like, hey, we added a new player race, and you can be one class with this new player race?
They're so weird with that.
They won't let the Volpera be paladins. If they let Volpera be paladins, I would genuinely consider playing more World of Warcraft.
What about their unforgivable sins?
That's a good point.
Just like Mario.
I miss when the pre-release pandas didn't have underwear. Yeah, That's true. The Pandaren were completely naked before the proper release of that expansion.
It takes time to develop clothes.
Mario would never do a sin. There was a correction.
Yeah.
They did correct that Mario did not commit an unforgivable sin.
He just went to hell.
Yeah. And if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
He was so right for that. Mario did do that.
Why did Captain Lou
Go
say
to hell
that?
before you die is so crazy. What a wild fucking thing to say.
What a wild thing to say in any circumstances. But saying that as a warning for kids to not do drugs while dressed as Mario, Super Mario, the plumber.
Will say the most unforgettable anti-drug thing of all time.
Oh, absolutely. This is your brain on drugs got fucking nothing on you go to hell before you die. Like, if you're a little older, then Pee Wee Herman saying this is crack might win out, but
Pee Wee Herman one's a banger.
he does it in the Pee Wee voice while wearing the Pee Wee outfit. He didn't just, like, as a guy, go up and say this is crack. He dressed up as Pee Wee Herman and did a Pee Wee Herman voice saying this is crack.
You're never too old for that one because in the year 2024, people are still sampling that for songs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
The last time I heard that in a song was like last week.
Oh, was it that song you were talking about?
That's used in one song by that artist, and I think I heard it in a different context as well recently.
At the same time. Great.
People just be using it. It's a good one.
It's a good sample. It's like whatever fucking CD they got the lyrics for Burning Men's Soul off of. People just be sampling shit.
There's some real bad samples out there you can use instead, though. Why use good samples when you can use bad samples?
Because I want to be in the house like carpet. Like Chef Boyardee, my rhymes are truly cooking.
So true. I'm thinking about the Too Mellow song where he uses all of his worst samples from sample packs.
Yeah. It's a banger.
The good old chicken on the left, chicken on the right.
Okay. Who was your favorite new artist that you discovered at at A&E? Obviously all of them, but
That's
also
a tricky one. There's a couple where I have to actually check out more of their art still. I think a good safe one I can say is this artist because they are like criminally underfollowed.
Oh,
Is a KCat17.
the fuck is
They
this?
were at the artist alley and they had very cool art. And
Just
I
brought
got
up-
a print of this.
Brought up a random fucking
Why are you
image
bringing
from my
up big
desktop.
ass rouge boobies? What are you
So-
doing over there?
so
What the fuck? You're just posting boobies on Maine.
So the context behind this, I was trying to use awful images for like all of these different. I was just trying to find stupid images to demonstrate all of these different categories for this About You meme. And I looked up like Sonic Adventure 2 Rouge just to get a screenshot of Rouge, and the first result that showed up for Sonic Adventure 2 Rouge was Sonic Adventure 2 Rouge Huge Boobs mod.
But those are smaller than they are just in the normal game.
I had no idea that that was a thing. And it was an exciting discovery.
Was a thing? Have you seen Metroid 2? Do you know what that looks like? The one that's like super low res Game Boy?
Yes.
There's a nude mod for that.
Great. Of
Samus
course
looks
there
like a
is.
bowl of spaghetti.
It's still the second result. It's not just it's not just the algorithm. It's not just my search history. It's just there.
Well, it's your fault because you clicked on it. You're changing the algorithm.
No, Asp said that. Asp said it's still there.
Yeah, you changed it for Asp. You changed the base algorithm by agreeing with the algorithm specifically for you. It's all your fault, Hat. You gave Ruja the big booby.
Someone did recognize the art for have not played but want to.
Oh, really? Someone recognized Guo art? Damn, that's crazy.
Wow. You could tell how long ago this was made because I had not played Rift Between Worlds yet. Or Rift and whatever the fuck that game was called. The new Ratchet and Clank game.
Wow.
Is that the Camarocho Host Club wall? No. That one's a real screenshot of Jet Set Radio Future.
I can't believe you hate Mega Man.
Is that actually Big Rigs or do you like Kirby? I think I had recently finished the new Kirby game, and the ending for that game is amazing.
Is the ending for that game Big Rigs?
Yes.
It's fucking sick.
It's so good. I don't want to spoil it because it fucking owns bones.
You already spoiled it. It's Big Rigs. I don't need to play it now. I already played Big Rigs.
What? Why did it go back? What did I do? Show the rabbit.
Rabbit.
Whoop. K-Cat. We currently have a print of this on our cupboards in the kitchen.
They also have very cool Good Omens art, which was not furry, so it was not available.
Which is messed up. Furries love the gays.
This rabbit's fucking sick.
The only thing I know about the new Kirby is that the final boss theme is the best song name I've ever seen. Yeah, that sounds about right. Man. Kirby's so good.
If Kirby's so good, how come they never made a Kirby 2?
They did.
You saying Meta Knight's Kirby 2?
He's Kirby also.
Meta Knight without his mask is so funny.
Yeah.
He's just a little guy.
The endings for Kirby games are crazy. And then there's, like, for a bunch of them, there's, like, post-game stuff that goes even crazier. Of just like, oh, you beat King Dedede, good job! And then a fucking, like, horrible space nightmare comes out, and you have to do a fucking shmup section against it. And then there's the Morpho Knight, which is a butterfly, and he dual wields swords and does fire attacks at you and can teleport.
That's fucked up, dude.
And then there's like fucking true ultimate chaos is the true final boss that you have to do the like hard mode of the arena to beat. You're describing most 3D Sonic games. 3D Sonic games don't do it like Kirby. The only things you get doing it like Kirby is fucking JRPGs. Like, the end game progression of Kirby games is more appropriate for, like, a Persona game. Of, you thought you beat the final boss, but then there's a secret true final boss that you can proceed to beat.
There's a secret soup, and you can eat it.
I do need to finish Frontiers, but Frontiers was, like, pretty out there for 3D Sonic games.
My dog needs to go out again, so I'll consider this goodbye forever.
Goodbye forever. I will probably wrap up the stream here shortly, but thank you very much for joining us and telling stories and such. It was wonderful to have you, LawyerDog.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He's fading away.
Goodbye.
And then
when I'm
fading
on the stream,
back
I'm
so he
dead.
can...
This is the only time I'm alive. Goodbye.
So he can...
If I'm not puppeted, I'm not alive.
Oh my god.
I'm dead.
Goodbye. Whoop. Alright. His soul has left his body. That's what it's like for him in real life when he has to stop VTubing. But yeah. That was fun. Hope everyone had a good time just hanging out and chatting. I cleaned a fountain, and also the Mars rover, I guess. Upcoming streams. Monday... Did I have a specific plan for Monday already? I don't think I did. Monday might be Corn Kids 64, because Cavern of Dreams was a lot of fun, and I want to play more N64-styled 3D platformer shenanigans. And then Tuesday may be the Yakuza Like a Dragon finale. And then, from there, we will be entering uncharted territories for Yakuza games that I have never played before. And technically, there will never be a Yakuza game that I have never played again after a certain point, because I think technically the only Yakuza game that I have not played now is... wait, no. Like a Dragon Ishin is also not referred to as a Yakuza game. I think there are just no more Yakuza games. I think they are all Like a Dragon forevermore. Which is crazy. The end of Yakuza. Yeah, they weren't kidding. They really did end the Yakuza. All I know about Corn Kids is that the note that it is also a retro platformer goat without pants. Yes. Exciting content. So yeah. Next Thursday, I might start one of the, like, a medium-length stream game. I might start, like, a Battle Network 3 or something like that. We'll see how I'm feeling as we go into this next week, but There's still a handful of games that I want to do one-off streams of. Corn Kids is not going to take more than, like, maybe 2 streams, I don't think. So, we're not going to go full long-running series mode quite yet, but there's a couple more one-offs that I want to do, a couple of like medium-length games, I guess. So, lots of exciting stuff upcoming. Thanks again, Jackpot, for the follow, and Big Spite Bark for the follow. And since we are finishing before midnight, we might actually have some folks to raid. Is Jim still going? I think Jim may... Wait, nope, Jim is still going. So Jim is doing a stream wherein he is celebrating quitting his job and going full-time, at least for the time being. Digi is also streaming if you want to go hang out with DigiDoggy. That's also cool, but we're going to go raid Jim. Thanks again, everyone, for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Monday. Have a good one.